Good evening, everybody, and welcome back, finally, to Ace Attorney Investigations. It has been a couple weeks since we last played Ace Attorney Investigations. Sorry, my door's not fully shut. Okay, there we go. I've been sick. I was sick all last week, and my voice got really fucked up, so we couldn't play, Investigations. And we haven't been able to for a little while, and that really sucks. But we're finally back, here again, in the prosecutor's office, but not really. So, I'm gonna have to get caught up, because I, don't remember much. It's been a while. I remember this cutie, this very fine, I don't know if she's a defense lawyer or a prosecutor, but she is very, giggly. And these two guys, they supposedly killed each other, but there's there's bullet, like, cinders that don't happen point blank, or that, no, there's not cinders, because that's what happens when it's point blank. So, it had to have come from somewhere else. That's right. Let's look at my stuff. So, we got, yep, we're going over the KG8 incident. CCU is the victim. Smuggling ring for the Yamano group. Yep. Hey, Protein. She was in the hall. Didn't hear a sign of struggle. Except for a gunshot. Gun. Plastic bag with blood on. Fountain pen. Okay. So what are we doing now? Oh god, I don't remember your voice. The current case of the murdered Cadofian embassy staff member. I've heard that people have begun calling it the second KG8 incident. Only among you law enforcement types. And what about it? I'd like for you to tell me everything you know about the original KG8 incident. I'm afraid I can't help you. Oh yeah, and she's related to CCU, because her last name's Yu. I don't know anything beyond what was reported in the papers. No, I believe you know much more, since you are directly tied to the KG8 incident. I'd appreciate it if you stopped with the false accusations. Baseless outbursts are useless both inside and out the courtroom. Don't you know? I do, but I also know that I do have a leg to stand on here. You stop making that ultra-serious face in front of me. If you could please stop laughing for just 1 second. I'm not going to make any headway like this. I'm just going to have to show her exactly how related to the KG8 incident she is. Alright. Show her the damn papers. Ba-boom! Miss Yu, I believe that I have proof of your connection to the KG8 incident. That files your proof? Very well, then. Why don't you tell me exactly how I'm related to the KG8 incident? Through the victim, of course. Your connection to the KG8 incident is through the victim. The victim's name is CCU. You will note that she has the same last name as you. Can you really still tell me with a straight face that you are not related to this case? Sorry, but we're not related. What? Just kidding. You asked that question with such a serious look on your face that I couldn't help but... It's just a prank, bro! I'm getting really sick of this flashback. Miss Yu, I ask that you please tell me the truth. Alright, I'll tell you everything I know. Hey, Laser. As you guessed, the one who reported the smuggling activities of the Yamano group was my sister, CCU. As I thought. And she was killed right before she was to testify at the impending trial. By Manny Cochin. But because he was tried once and was acquitted, he gets to live out the rest of his cushy life, completely carefree. because of lack of evidence. No, I heard that the evidence to contradict him did exist. What? I heard it from Mr. Faraday himself after Mr. Cogent's trial was over. Apparently a man in black made off with the important piece of evidence. Then, the evidence had been tampered with? Isn't it just like a criminal to do something like that? I went 4 minutes without you. Well, actually, 5 minutes and 33 seconds, but that's ongoing. The smuggling ring being run out of the Amano group by one of the secretaries. I believe, actually, last stream we did already figure out that you was related because of the last names. They bailed Mr. Cochin out. Turns out they were in league with each other all along. How big was that smuggling ring? Was it a large operation? I don't really know. Which is why I wanted to become the lead defense. On this case that people are calling the second KG-8 incident. Okay, so she is the defense. But I haven't learned anything new at all. I was probably expecting too much, you know. Well, if you're done freaking out, you mean you think the case has nothing to do with the smuggling ring? Yeah, fucking shot through the heart. Memories of his papa, his dear old papa. No, the step papa, not real papa. I don't know what to think. Look at that ditzy face. She's so cute. Why did Mr. Cochin want to meet with you earlier? Actually, he came to watch the trial. Apparently, he only found out what I was the defense lawyer on this case after he had arrived. He figured he should say hi and one other thing. Looks like you couldn't resolve anything this time either. Too bad. What's that supposed to mean? Oh boy. Stop it with the scary face already. I'm fine, really. I give him a good slap across the face. The way she talks about slapping him as she laughs is kind of creepy. But it's just as Mr. Bad says. He's not related to the double murder. I asked random people in the gallery claimed that he was in his seat the whole time. Talk about cruel fate. Well, this is about all I know. Sorry. Guess I wasn't much help, huh? That's not true. I'm sorry I made you recall such a painful time in your life. Edgeworth, you really are too serious for your own good. You really need to learn to relax. We wouldn't want you to die of stress, would we? Thank you for the advice, but there's no need to worry. I am stress incarnate, especially for Mr. Wright. I work in my own way, and I will catch this criminal in my own way as well. You'll see. Look at you with your game face all ready to go. I'm not making no such face. Did you know laughter's the best medicine, Mr. Edgeworth? Did you get tired of making such a serious face all the time? I'm charged with making sure that all the criminals of this world are found guilty. I have no need for laughter. Hey, you're making that face again. Oh well. I've got to get going. I still have a few loose ends to tie up. Drippy jacket would buy. I don't know if anybody except Edgeworth could pull it off, though. KG-8 incident in this murder investigation. It's my belief that these two cases are related to each other somehow. Plus that Detective Gumshoe. It's obvious he's lying, even though the lie is hurting his chances. Clearly, this case is far from over. But whether or not the detective is the murderer can only be determined once I've completed my perfect Sorry, I had a prosecution hairball. Mr. Von Karma, I swear to uphold your honorable name, or my name isn't Miles Edgeworth. I hope the next girl I like is not also the murderer. Well, actually, the girl in the previous one, she was involved, but she wasn't actually a murderer, and we kind of saved her from that horrible fate. Oh yeah, we got baby Francesca, I forgot. What the hell is he doing? What's that police officer doing over there? Fiddling with the water. That guy's just taking a nap. Gumshoes. Well, he looks like he's about ready to shit his pants. Everything's normal. Sir, what is to become of the trial into the Cadopian embassy staff member's murder?
Indeed, since both the suspect and the prosecutor are now dead, the case will be dismissed. In other words, the trial ends here prematurely.
Looks like you'll just have to wait a little bit longer for your big debut.
I suppose it can't be helped.
The evidence for this trial will be transferred to you in a little while.
So, what do you think about the murder of the Cadopian embassy staff member and the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell?
What an outrageous circus it has all become. That Faraday brought it all upon himself with his naivete.
Outrageous circus. Right, sir.
I grow weary of this topic. Edgeworth, fetch me my slippers and a new newspaper. I will have you assigned to a different case.
Papa, you'll come and watch my courtroom debut next, won't you?
I'll consider it.
So if I may, please allow me to continue with my investigation.
Whatever for?
I know that there's already a suspect in the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. However, there's not enough evidence to prove that it was he who committed the crime. I'd like to continue investigating in order to find the perfect proof for his guilt.
The perfect proof? Don't make me laugh. A worthless person like you has no right to claim such thing as perfection.
What?
Papa, who do you think is the real culprit behind the murders? Miles and I, we're competing to see who can find the real killer first. Plus, being able to investigate a real crime scene is a really rare opportunity. It would give us some real-life experience, wouldn't you agree?
If you want to investigate this case that much, then do as you wish.
Then you're allowing us to continue?
Of course, our top priority is to win, and a solid investigation is one of the keys to winning. We have to make sure you become recognized as a first-rate prosecutor, don't we? It will be very interesting otherwise. I'm returning home now. Edgeworth, Francesca, see to it that I'm not disturbed, save for the results of your competition.
Yes, sir.
Of course, Papa.
Wow. Change his name to Smiles Edgeworth. It's funny because he only smiles when he's about to crush Mr. Wright's cock and balls. Bum 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 bum. Francesca, thank you.
What are you thanking me for? Your logic earlier was built on that scruffy detective's lie. That means the competition is still on.
Yes, just as you wished.
Couldn't let you get off that easy. Now then, let's see how well you fare in the investigation from here, Miles Edgeworth.
I know I don't have enough information yet, so my first order of business will be to question anyone involved. I will have to be right back, everybody. Give me 1 minute. Edgeworth has got to use... Well, I've got to go check what that beep was, actually. I'll be right back. I'm back. Whew, sorry. 13 minutes in. It's just kind of bad timing. I knew there was going to be groceries at some point, but that quickly? Okay. My first order of business would be to question anyone involved with the case. Of course, of course. What else? I'm not gonna sit here and twiddle with my thumbs. Let's go. Miss you.
Oh, it's you, Edgeworth. And, who are you?
Wait, you were at the crime scene just now, weren't you?
You should be disbarred for knowing who I am. I am Francesca von Karma, and I am about to become the successor to the family name.
About to? I guess that means that for now, you're still just another kid. In which case, it's only natural that I didn't know who you were.
But...
Why are you whipping me? Anyway,
it looks like they're planning to hold the evidence a bit longer.
There's one thing I can't stand, it's waiting. Terribly sorry, but I have a few more questions to ask of you.
Look at you, eyebrows scrunched with lines on your forehead. And that to ask of you.
What exactly is so funny?
Sorry, I'm just bad at dealing with super serious atmosphere.
Apparently they failed to teach you proper behavior at a crime scene in law school.
Ooh, I feel much better now. So what is it you want to talk about?
I'd like to inquire as to where you were at the time of the murder. We were in defendant lobby number 1 the whole time, up until we heard the gunshot. And by we, I mean Mr. Bad. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask him yourself. You were with Detective Bad? Why? We had a little something to discuss, that's all. So I take it that you're acquaintances with Detective Bad?
Yeah, he was the detective in charge of the KG-8 incident.
Detective Bad's also related to that incident? Yeah, I mean, are you really surprised?
That's right. He was the one who was supposed to protect my sister Cece.
But you know how that turned out, don't you, Edgeworth?
Mouse Edgeworth, I have no idea what the hell you two are talking about. This is disgusting. Is this what romance is? Ew! I've heard of the KG-8 incident from my papa. But how does that case relate to you, Miss Yu?
The victim of that case was CCU. Was my little sister.
You're making that super serious face again. I'm fine, really. I just make it a point to rub more salt in his wounded pride every time I see him.
The way she talks about doing that as she laughs is kind of creepy.
Oh, speaking of Mr. Bad, he and Mr. Faraday.
I'd say they met up just about every single time the YATAGARASU made a move. It was practically a given that the two would meet up at every one of the crime scenes. I see. He did mention that he was in charge of the YATAGARASU investigation earlier. I should ask her what she knows about the YATAGARASU in more detail. You claim at the time of the murder you were with Detective Bad.
But don't you lawyers usually discuss the trial with your clients during a recess?
We do.
And that's what I was planning to do. But Mr. Faraday was being rather threatening, and he dragged Mr. Rell away. After that, Mr. Bad came into lobby number 1, so we just stayed there and talked.
What did you talk with Mr. Bad about?
Nothing interesting. I just insulted him some. Talking about how the trial was going. And then I insulted him some more.
Bloody. When she's not laughing, her mouth seemingly spews nothing but insults.
Anyway, Mr. Bad and I were in the defendant lobby number 1 when the murders occurred. So I really can't tell you anything about the hallway or lobby number 2.
I see. Mackerel. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your client, Mr. Mackerel. Now, your client was a fish, wasn't he? First, he claimed that he came out of a river, but, you know, mackerel and all. It's not really a river fish, is it? Claimed to be the YATAGARASU, is that correct?
Yeah. Once I heard that it was the YATAGARASU that had made off with the evidence from KG-8. I can't asked Mr. Rel all sorts of questions, but to no avail. It said Mr. Rel was not the YATAGARASU. He just made it up.
He made it up.
Mr. Rel's crime was caught on tape with the security cameras, but there's no footage of him sneaking into the Cadopian embassy himself. Hold on, just 1 second. Didn't you mean to say that you knew that he was not the real YATAGARASU? And that he was just another cold-blooded killer? And you were ready to defend him? Yep, that's right.
I see. So a defense lawyer is actually just someone whose job it is to cover up for criminals.
That's why defense lawyers are so detestable. But they are no match for us Von Karmas.
So this is kind of where they got that cemented in them because of Miss U. I don't believe it. You're serious. Why don't you save that face for something really worth being serious about?
And Edgeworth, do you remember what I said earlier?
I have my own agenda. I'm still the leads regarding the KG8 incident, right? And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer.
Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rel was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him, ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to.
I'm sorry. Forgive my rashness. Are you just saying this because I think she's cute, Laser? Are you just trying to ruin this for me? Are you trying to ruin my chances over here?
Miss you. I was wondering if you could please tell me about the YATAGARASU. YATAGARASU, huh? I don't really know much about that character myself, but I do get a lot of consultation requests from companies to defend them.
Requests from companies?
YATAGARASU isn't some petty thief out for money, you know. Alright then, perhaps the YATAGARASU is in the business of stealing people's lives? You're not very funny or witty, are you, little Miss Von Karma? What the?
Francesca, be careful about who you whip. Choose carefully, or we may be sued by...
No, I chose carefully, just like you wanted. No, that just now was hilarious, little Missy. Of course it was.
What is wrong with these two women? Why does my pain give them delight?
And so in the end, what is the YATAGARASU? I have to say, I had never even heard of this thief when I was in Germany. YATAGARASU deals in information, namely in digging out dirt about backroom dealings and the like of companies. The YATAGARASU is a vigilante who steals such info and then makes it public for all to see. Vigilante or not, this person sounds just like another criminal to me. Suppose you could put it that way too. But either way, I get a lot more clients now thanks to that thief.
They're kind of like mixing together. Going from girl to girl. Seems like Missy U is profiting nicely. Says I've gotten all I can out of Missy U. Should move on and speak with Detective Gumshoe.
Wow, this thing's so incredibly detailed! My inner modeling fanboy is impressed!
I'm not exactly a fan of plastic models, per se, but even I can sense the superb quality of this model. I simply cannot comprehend how that man... Oh,
I simply cannot comprehend how that man can feel so much love for such a trifle.
oh, I see.
You're a disciple of Father, so you would do well to guard yourself against interest in such unproductive things.
Yes. Perhaps I should take up whipping people like that young lady over there. What are you doing? I can't stop the water, sir. It seems that the man who was here earlier broke it by drinking from it too much.
But if fools are forbidden not to see the foolishly foolish actions of the foolish fool.
Well then, why don't you lend the officer a hand?
As if I should have anything to do with this. I'm not getting wet. Gross. Besides, the water-drinking fool's mouth is the thing that officer should be covering. Let's give that officer a description of the water guzzler later.
She seems to have quite the crutch. Sounds to me like someone wanted a drink. Sir, nothing to report, sir! Is there no one who will make this man take responsibility for his actions on the job?
Looks like we have no choice but to report this to Papa. And this guard can have fun in a waking nightmare after being awakened from his dream.
Actually, let's not. I feel kind of sorry for him now.
Have you seen Missy U?
What's the matter, officer?
I've been sat here forever, sir. I really need to go to the bathroom.
Why don't you just make a quick trip? The nearest one isn't that far, is it?
No, it's a short way down the hall beyond those doors, but I don't want to be blamed for anything that might happen while I'm gone. So I'm gonna hold it!
Perhaps Detective Gumshoe can be a positive influence on the force after all.
I would just go to the bathroom, I don't give a shit. It's like, you can't stop me from shitting.
Detective Gumshoe?
Hey, it's you, pal, you're here! Yo!
As am I.
I don't think I needed to whip him to let him know that.
I didn't do it, pal. I swear on my honor as a detective, I really didn't.
Your words are useless. I place my trust only in the evidence, Detective. Once the investigation is fully over, if we should find out that you are the killer, there will be no mercy to be had for you.
Have a heart, pal.
But you're not worried, right? After all, you have nothing to worry about if you really are innocent, that is.
You gonna fight her for whipping Gumshoe? You should have seen fucking Ace Attorney 2. That's all she did. That's right. Hey, pal. Go and do your perfect investigation and get the real killer for me, will you?
I would have done so, even had you not requested me to, Detective.
Just realized that the difference between Phoenix and Maya is smaller than Edgeworth and Von Karma. I mean, what do you mean by that? Like, Phoenix and Maya are kind of similar and Edgeworth and Von Karma aren't? Oh, the age difference. Well, Von Karma is Edgeworth's little sister, basically. I don't think it's the same difference. Wait, no. Wait, hold on. Actually, Phoenix and Maya is... Okay, so in the first game, Maya was 16. And Phoenix was 24. So that's 8 years. Oh, it might actually be the exact same. She's 13, and then Edgeworth is 20 years. Oh no, 7. 7 years. Okay. So, Edgeworth and Von Karma actually have a closer gap than Phoenix and Maya, actually. Because, right, Maya was 16 in the first game, and Phoenix was 24. Yeah, so... There you go.
So you and Mr. Faraday had a small meeting last week, did you?
No, she's 13. We just looked at it. It's right there. I just had it open. And at this point in time, Edgeworth is 20, because he's yet to make his debut.
So you and Mr. Faraday had a small meeting last week, did you? What exactly did you do to make him so angry?
I just asked Detective Bad the same thing, pal. Turns out he was mad at me because of my very first day as a detective. I reported in at my usual post instead of the Criminal Affairs Department. By the time I got down to Criminal Affairs, I was really, really late.
And that's when he gave me the huge speech.
We were doing the exact same thing in elementary school. On the first day of school every year, I'd always wind up going to my old classroom.
That was not a mistake. Misinput, misinput! How pathetic for the detective to be comparable to a mere school child. You claim to be standing guard in front of the door to lobby number 2 during recess. However, when did you receive the order to do so, and from whom? Earlier at around 3:20, and from Detective Bad, pal. Today's trial took a real crazy turn. So I was told to make sure nothing happened to Mr. Faraday.
And yet something did happen to him, correct? It looks like it was a total waste of manpower to assign you to guard duty.
Your words sting worse than your whip, pal. Oh my god, I'm sweating because of that one. Oh. It was Detective Bad who ordered him to stand guard. Maybe it was Detective Bad? Oh no, he was talking to you at the time. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, is there anything else you'd like to tell me? Nope, not a thing, pal.
In that case, allow us to look at what you are carrying in your personage.
Wait, you can't do that!
There's nothing of any particular value here.
Well, my handcuffs and badge were confiscated by Detective Bad, so you know. What is that open envelope I see sticking out of your coat pocket? Hands off, pal! It's nudes, alright? You can't see the children present. Oh, dear.
Show it to us already.
Ow! Annual bonus check within $5 total, except there's no check inside. $5. Alright, you've had your look. Now give it back, pal. It's my first bonus as a brand new detective. I just got it and cashed it today. I had literally no cash on me up until I did, you know. So that envelope was really special to me. Now give it back!
You don't need rubbish like this. Don't worry, we'll throw it away for you later.
How could you? Wow. 5 bones. Poor Gumshoe. I'm sorry, but I need to take him in for questioning. I think I've got about everything I needed from him. No, wait. Since he became a suspect, there's one piece of evidence I should reconfirm. Officer, I ask that you wait 1 second. I still have one thing I'd like to reconfirm with Detective Gumshoe. Understood. Now please make it brief, sir. To hear it from the horse's mouth. I must confirm whether or not his testimony about when the crime occurred is the truth. You told me earlier that you heard no sound other than a gunshot out in the hallway. Is that correct? No mistake about it, pal! Then you are also claiming that no one passed through the hallway either. Is that also correct? Yep, not even a single ant passed through that hole while I was on duty. You do realize that the lie you're telling is only making your life more difficult? Oh, but it's true! I didn't see anyone go through the hallway, and I didn't hear anything else, pal. I bet the killer found a way to kill those 2 guys. That's beyond what I can even imagine. So he intends to continue telling this ridiculous lie. Why would he do so, given the situation he's in? I believe a thorough investigation of the hallway in front of the defendant's lobby is in order. Oh! It's Kay! Yeah, you! Ow! Fuck! Holy... Ow! My chin! Ow!
How could you have not noticed that coming?
Wasn't that the child I changed money for earlier?
Thanks, that's what I needed. Now I'm gonna break your leg.
Kids can sometimes be so cruel.
Looks like she dropped something.
Swiss roll dropped by the mysterious young girl says courthouse special on it.
Maybe we should arrest the little girl. She might turn out to be a valuable lead.
I believe some sort of punishment may need to be dealt with the next time we meet. I believe I've asked all that I can of this man. Now for Detective Bad and the judge.
We have to confirm who is correct. The judge or that scruff face, right? I suppose we should inspect the hallway in front of the lobby number 2 then.
I suppose so. Shall we head on over, Francesca? Oh, hey, it's the courtroom. I am now Judge Edgeworth.
This must be the judge's desk. You can tell by the gavel sitting on top.
I had a dream once that I was being squashed from above by this gavel.
You're such a weakling, Miles Edgeworth.
You have no idea how frightening it was. To the witnesses stand.
I'll make sure that each and every person that ever stands here will be found guilty.
There are others besides the defendant that stand on this podium, you know.
I don't care. Just make sure you never end up standing up on one of these. Or you'll be sorry.
I'll keep that in mind. I'll do it 3 times. No, 4 times. Possibly more, I don't remember actually. Mr. Wright will show you. You know, with the judge always high up on his thing, I thought he was really tall. But he's actually kind of short.
So, did you see anything else? No, I do not think so. I see. Well, thanks for your cooperation. Oh, it's nothing. Just doing my duty as a defender of the law, of course.
That'll be all for now. I'll ask again if you have any other questions.
Anytime, detective. If you excuse me, I have a few loose ends I have to go tie up. Oh, well, the new prosecutor, Mr. Von Karma recommended, right?
My name is Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor.
I am Manfred Von Karma's daughter, Francesca Von Karma. I'm set to become the successor to my genius father any day now, Your Honor.
I see, Mr. New Prosecutor. Ah! No. I bit my tongue.
Classic judge.
It was all that macaroni and too hot.
You get to beat her in the second game. That's when Francesca's your prosecutor.
I bit my tongue.
Are you alright, Your Honor? Please feel free to refer to me as just... Oh, sorry. Sorry, Francesca, you go ahead.
You foolish fool, that was my line. You please feel free to refer to me as just Miss Von Karma, Your Honor. As for him, just Edgeworth is fine.
Apparently somebody doesn't feel that I'm worthy of a proper title.
Oh, very well then. I shall call you Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth. Well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth is...
Oh, sorry. Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth is fine, sir. Now, about your earlier testimony.
Yes, what about it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'd like to ask you a few questions about what exactly you saw.
All right. After all, it is my duty to clarify my testimony as defender of the law.
I greatly appreciate your cooperation, Your Honor. Now, the first thing I will need to do is figure out the detective's exact movements.
Begin investigation.
Your Honor, I'd like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind. Where were you at the time of the murder?
Did you suspect me of something? I didn't do it. I was eating macaroni at the time. You didn't find macaroni noodles at the crime scene, did you? Oh, fuck. Shit. Is it in my beard? Oh.
No, nothing of the sort, Your Honor, except I did find this one stray macaroni noodle, now that you mention it. I don't know, probably nothing.
Yes, nothing. Very well, you may continue with your testimony.
Your Honor, it's your testimony I'm after.
No, but I had no idea you were chasing after me or my testimony.
You need a sense that I might want to avoid being in a trial run by this judge.
Let's see here. Now then, how should I put this? When you get to be my age, you need to pay more frequent visits to the restroom. If you will take a look through the window at the end of this hall, you'll see a small window. That is the window to the men's restroom. In other words, you can see clearly into this hallway from the men's restroom.
Ah! I'm guessing this is where he shot them. There's also a rapper there.
I was going to the restroom, that Detective Gumshoe, was it? Well, he was standing in front of the vending machines, buying something from it. However, and this I couldn't believe. When I was about to exit the restroom, there was not a soul in the hallway anymore.
If you could please calm down and explain to me rationally.
No, I'm really sorry. Please, let me regain my composure. It was really suspicious. That's when my finely owned judge's intuition said, oh no, well, until the murders occurred, I just sort of brushed it off.
I also piss all the time.
Oh,
Apparently this judge doesn't understand the concept of staying calm. That's probably all I'm going to find out from His Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth, may I return to my other duties now?
Yes, I'm sorry to have held you up. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Honor.
Oh, anytime, Mr. Edgeworth, anytime.
Off he goes. I have my life forever. Until the next game.
The judges in this country seem rather friendly.
It's not a little wishy-washy. However, I hear that they are known to hand down very fair verdicts. No.
Doesn't look like there's anything contradictory left in this area.
Oh, I suppose not. Perhaps I should check somewhere else. Did you find something, officer? I think there's a $5 bill back there. Come on, just a little bit more.
Is there no one working this crime scene who isn't a total waste of living tissue?
Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a single person we can deem useful here. Maybe Gumshoe dropped his last time and had to bend over to get it. That's why the judge didn't see him. Yeah, thank you, Automod, for taking Bend over. Rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. What is this? It's a pink-colored piece of trash made of rubber. Made of rubber? Ugh. I feel like I've seen something like this before.
Well, All I see is a piece of garbage. But you know, then there's a little pink note as well. But you know, the fact that there's also a litter running loose inside this courthouse. Simply unforgivable.
It's not like it was I who littered.
Rubbish belongs in the rubbish bin.
Yeah.
What's the matter?
I pricked myself on one of this cactus's needles. I didn't think the needles on this thing would be so sharp.
Well, what do you expect? Can you imagine how bad it would be if you were to hit your head on one of these? Anyway, this cactus seems to be unrelated to our case.
Do you really think so? Because I believe that this cactus sitting on this windowsill is completely related. It is? It's related? Okay. Where are her parents? You know Von Karma is her dad, right? That's like the whole thing of her inheriting the name. Von Karma is just like, yeah, you can fuck around, investigate crime shit, I don't give a shit. I'm an evil fucking bastard. I killed a guy and forged lots of evidence to get a perfect trial record. We don't know who her mom is, though. And to that fact, I don't think we know who Edgeworth's mom is either. Don't know who that is. The big man with the gray hair that was like,
Brr, Edgeworth, suck my dick, and then I'm going home. Fuck you all.
this guy right here. He was, we talked to him not even that long ago. Does that window on the other side belongs to the men's restroom?
I can't see it.
At your height, I'm not surprised. I guess short people have feelings too. Yeah, Edgeworth, think about us short people for once. Son of a bitch. Whip him again for me! Ants are hard at work carrying their food home. It's a marvel they can pick up such a comparatively large object to their size.
Well, you want to carry the mighty Von Karman name, not to be squished under it. You'd better off work extra hard, just like these ants.
Same goes for you, Francesca. Oh.
What are these little black speckles?
It's a pile of ants eating away.
Oh, that detective, he claims that not even a single one slipped by him. And yet there's a whole hill of them.
Why are you hitting me for?
It's a replacement for that pathetic detective.
Perhaps I should add this deduction to the detective's growing tab of pay cuts.
Anyway, I wonder what the ants are eating.
From the look and sweet smell of it, pieces of cake and chocolate from a Swiss roll. Ah! Wrapper, Swiss roll. The Swiss roll costs $5, or I mean, the Swiss roll costs $6. Gumshoe had $5. Edgeworth broke a 1. It's all coming together.
Ugh. Miles Edgeworth, the courthouse is to be kept pristine at all times.
Ugh. It wasn't me that dropped the food on the ground.
The courthouse must be kept clean.
Dirt on this bench. It smells of some sort of sweet substance.
I can't believe there's someone going around dirtying the courthouse. For shame.
Hold it!
Calm down, Francesca. Now, take a good look. Doesn't this smudge look kind of like a handprint to you?
Suppose it could be.
Which means that perhaps we can lift some prints from the person who sullied this bench. Using pure logic, we can deduce that someone connected to that role was the murderer. Well, the only two people that would be related to... 3 would be me, Gumshoe, and Kay. Kay is a child, Gumshoe's a bumbling buffoon, and we're playing as Edgeworth. So, I don't know.
I see. And then we'll know the identity of our mystery slob.
Do that. The lab technician. Would you please find out whose handprint this belongs to? Sir, yes, sir. I've got the results of the fingerprints analysis, sir. Do we know who they belong to? Sir, the fingerprints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Oh, well, great. Oh, interesting. Good work, officer. Dark smudge emits the scent of sweet sugar.
And there you have it.
Yes, I suppose so.
And we know the identity of the person who dirtied the bench.
You and I will be using this information in very different ways. Ants are pouring out of the hole in this bench as well. I wonder if the inside of this bench consists of nothing but ants?
Don't you dare continue with that gross line of thought.
No, sorry. Alright, do we have enough stuff to put together? Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Is it related to Sweet Roll? Oh.
Ah!
Have you found any suspicious fingerprints, officer? Nope, just fingerprints of those involved with the case, sir.
Guess we know all the players in this case then, huh?
Yeah, that's right. I have the nagging feeling that we're missing something. The missing is hiding right here in this crime scene. Big old handprints? The handprint isn't here, though. Laser. The handprint is not here. I would have done that if that was there. I hate looking through the window. The cactus is not going to be there. And then it's going to be like, oh! Detective Band, I have something I wish to inquire about.
Hey, how about doing some actual work, you?
I wish to inquire into Detective Gumshoe's movements during the recess. You're getting in the way of the investigation. I've got an order from Mr. Von Karma himself. Plus, I still hold investigative authority. So I hear you were the one who called for Detective Gumshoe to come down here? Faraday. That guy was just accused, you know. I just knew something was about to happen. Detective Instinct told me. I'm switching him to Solid Snake's voice, by the way, so... I think it fits him better, actually.
Not good, did you? You couldn't even protect one lone prosecutor with it.
Hold it!
Jessica, I think you need to apologize.
I'm sorry.
I'm terribly sorry, Detective Bad. Please continue. I used the phone on the first floor and called the precinct. I told them to send somebody over. And that detective was the one that showed up. Only upon his arrival did you set Detective Gumshoe to stand guard, Detective Bad? Yeah, I waited for him on the first floor. After he got here, we came up to to these defendant lobbies together. As we entered this hallway, we ran into you. She told us that Faraday was really mad, and that he dragged Rel off to lobby number 2 to have a word or something. And that Faraday had said not to let anyone interrupt them. So what choice did I have? All I could do was tell the big lug to stand guard outside. You got it, Mr. Snake, sir. Around what time did all of this take place? Well, let's see. I think it was about 30 minutes before I heard the gunshot. After giving the big lug his assignment, he never left the hallway, not once.
Oh, and how can you make such a claim?
One of the guards out on this main floor, on the floor's main lobby, swore to me he didn't. Detective never left the hallway. And where did he disappear off to?
That's simple. He must have gone to lobby number...
Guys, I just figured it out. Gumshoe never left the lobby. Okay, here's what I think. I think the judge went into the bathroom while Edgeworth, Gumshoe was fiddling with the machines. Gumshoe bought a Swiss roll, went over, sat down on the bench, and then the judge came out and didn't see him because he was sitting at the bench. The music's a tad too loud. Are you sure? I hear what you guys hear. It does not sound very loud. Are you sure your stream audio is not, like, up? I mean, I can turn it down, but, like, it's already pretty quiet. I have my OBS set up to where I hear everything you guys hear, to make it easier on me. And it sounds pretty quiet now.
He must have gone into lobby number 2, just as I suspected.
You and I. You and I. You and I. Not you and I, but you and I. We were in lobby number 1 next door. Trading saliva. The only one without an alibi is Gumshoe.
It would seem that I'm still missing some key pieces of information. Detective Bad, you also heard the gunshot, did you not?
Yeah. I heard it when I was in the defendant lobby number 1. That's why I came running towards the lobby number 2 together with you.
Much time elapsed between you hearing the gunshot and your arrival on the scene?
Less than a minute.
What were your movements upon hearing the gunshot?
I grabbed the big lug who was just walking around in the hall and raced into lobby number 2. That's when we discovered the bodies. In that order.
That makes you just the discoverer of the crime scene, right?
Yeah, I guess it does, little miss.
I'm about to become a prosecutor very soon. You will treat me with dignity I deserve, or else.
You wear that thing around anymore, and I'll have you arrested for obstruction, little miss.
You wouldn't dare.
Just joking.
Detective Bad really is something else if he can make, Francesca behave.
Are we about done?
Is there anything else I should ask him about? Place he heard the gunshot. Detective Bad, where were you when you heard this gunshot?
How many times are you gonna ask that? I was in defendant lobby number 1 when I heard the gunshot.
It's exactly the same as what he said earlier when I asked.
Now get out of here. You're getting in the way.
Hold it! I'm not through questioning you yet. Oh, I interpreted that. I interpreted that line as, what direction was the gunshot coming from? Sorry. The situation around it? I'd like to know a little more about the circumstances under which you heard the gunshot.
Like I said, I was in defendant lobby number 1 with you. I have nothing else to add.
Well, you already asked him about that, remember?
I'd love you to tell me the exact time you heard the gunshot.
It
was around the end of recess, and the trial was about to start again. I think. He was supposed to make time for himself to transfer the evidence he was holding. But I got the sense he wasn't going to show for the handoff. So I figured I should go get him, or he'd be late. And just as I thought that, bang! The sound of a gunshot hit my eardrums. A gunshot right before the trial was about to restart. Alright. Are we done here? I don't have any time to waste.
Come on. All you're doing is standing in front of the door, doing nothing.
The sense that he is somewhat investigating this crime scene. Or rather, that he is keeping us under surveillance. But to what end? Detective Bad, may I ask you to cooperate with us just a bit longer? I don't have anything else to say to the two of you. You guys were the ones who said you wanted to investigate in the first place.
Fine then. Be obstinate. We'll do just as we please. Come on, Miles.
You may no longer be willing to help us, however. May I ask for the forensic scientist's cooperation? Do as you like. Have anything to present him? Yep, he's done.
It would appear that this vending machine sells snacks and various other foods.
Oh man, I could go for a straight, like 100% orange juice right now. Oh, that'd be so good. Just lovely. What will they think of next?
Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. 1 packet for $9. Defendant's fresh milk. 1/2 pint for $7. Stay natural as the Swiss. Do until the end with these for $6. They're awfully overpriced.
Well, they're simply awful, period.
Speaking of snacks, I wonder if that Swiss roll the little girl dropped is from this machine.
I was wondering about that myself.
Stay natural as the Swiss do until the end with these.
Well, I assumed it means to the end of the trial. I suppose that means that one should eat these during a recess?
You can't eat during a trial, so I suppose the only time you can eat is now. Huh.
I wouldn't mind if you wanted to eat one now. They come in packs of 2, after all.
We're in the middle of an investigation. Besides, I don't have $6 on me.
If you want, we can pool our money and buy a pack together.
If I have to split it with you, then I don't want it.
Wow. Defendant's fresh milk. What exactly is that supposed to mean? Milk from the defendant? If I wanted milk from the defendant, I would already have it.
I bet it means that the milk is freshly milked by various defendants on trial right now.
I think it might mean that it was milked right here from the various defendants.
Miles, Edgeworth, you can't possibly be serious.
Yeah, I mean, what if it's a male defendant, you know? That's some, just had some sailor's milk, you know? Some real seamen. Of course not. When it's looking bad, blind your opposition with some OJ. Are they promoting violence?
Do not worry, my whip will make sure that anybody following that advice won't be for long.
The sting of the whip, the sting of orange juice may not be so bad. When you're in hot water, you might need a hot dog. Looks like this slogan was decided through a public contest. And the winner was Prosecutor Winston Payne. Wow.
What a pathetic slogan. No presence at all. Now, if it was up to me, it would read, if you leave matters in Von Karma's hands, everyone in court would have wieners in their hands.
Overruled. Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. I see.
Objection!
That's adult Francesca.
Mas Edgeworth, wouldn't you agree that it's a very clever pun?
You really think they put that much effort into the product name?
Even a foolishly fool could understand the foolish thinking of a fool who made it up. You're acting so foolishly that I got so thoroughly mad, and now I'm utterly famished.
If you wanted a pack of these, all you had to do was ask like a normal person. Don't let the prosecution and defense make a ham sandwich out of you.
Sounds like it's directed at that ham of a judge.
Well, it certainly isn't directed at me. I can outmaneuver him any day. Yeah, a little man named Phoenix Wright comes into play. Credit card accepted. Oh man, I'd love all of these options right about now. I'm so hungry. I ate before stream today too. I'm still hungry. I'm a fat fuck. Ba-dum ba-da-ba-dum. Bum bum bam ba-dum. Bum bum bam ba-bum ba-da-dum bum 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 bam ba-bum. Vending machine and Swiss roll crumbs go together like PB&J. These bits of chocolate and cake, could they not be from the Swiss roll?
A Swiss roll? Why would a courthouse sell such a thing like that?
May not seem like the right venue, but however, it is being sold right over there.
The vending machine. Ah, I see. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these.
Have I been saying natural every time?
Talk about expensive.
Kind of funny that Francesca never changed by the time you meet her in the second game. Meanwhile, Edgeworth changed a ton. Well, to be fair, Edgeworth changed completely in direct consequence because of Phoenix Wright. And then Von Karma changes because of Phoenix Wright and Edgeworth beating her in the end. And, like, beating her down. The fact that the cake crumbs and chocolate bits were found in this hallway suggests that they came from a Swiss roll that was purchased from this machine. I think I have a pretty clear picture of what happened now.
Naturally. After all, I'm here, aren't I?
Detective Gumshoe must have sat on this bench as he ate a Swiss roll. That's a great pick. I love that. That's gonna be... That's the thumbnail right there. I'm making that the thumbnail. I'm just gonna grab a quick pic real quick. So I don't have to do it later. There we go.
How could he not have cleaned up after himself? How utterly despicable.
And look, he's not tall enough to be seen over the little ledge. Don't you dare whip me again. It wasn't I who made the mess in the first place. Anyway, if it was indeed Detective Gumshoe who bought the Swiss roll, that creates a rather interesting contradiction of facts.
A contradiction? Where?
I think another look at the special courthouse vending machine is in order. It's a contradiction because he only had $5. $6. Yes, it's bonus $5. About Detective Gumshoe's finances, he said that until this morning, he didn't have even a single penny on his personage.
Just how poor is that guy?
If his bonus really was only $5, then he should not have been able to purchase a pack of Swiss rolls. However, facts being as they are, we found cake crumbs on the floor.
Meaning Scruffy must have bought a pack somehow.
Indeed. The detective should not have been able to purchase a pack, and yet he did. The question is how. The young girl, we gave her $1. Remember? You remember that, Edgeworth? He's in cahoots with Kay. It's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious. If you put the evidence together, Mr. Edgeworth, you can figure out pretty fast. He's making a most ridiculous face. That may be, but at least he doesn't look like someone who would lie. Oh, fucking goddamn it! Can I restart that? He's making a most
ridiculous looking face.
That may be, but at least he doesn't look like someone who would tell a lie on purpose.
I suppose, but to Von Karma, evidence is the only thing that carries any weight.
Of course, at any rate. This poster seems to be of no use to us right now. Fire extinguisher. I had no signs that this fire extinguisher is used at the time.
You could already tell from a distance, then why are you wasting your time examining it?
Francesca, let's not try to rush absolute genius. Oh, do I have all the evidence I need? I wanted to go back and talk to Gumshoe about it. There's a 5 on this machine. Lobby number 2 window. Windowsill cactus. No. I guess let's look at the Swiss roll. Can't believe they're selling Swiss rolls like these in the vending machines these days.
Yes, I can't believe it's $6 for 2. I mean, who charges that much for a commoner's junk food?
Francesca, if you want one, all you have to do is buy one for yourself.
I'm working right now. It won't do for me to eat whilst there's a case to be solved.
Your idea of working is vastly different from mine. Yerp. Okay. You want to do cactus in the number 2 window? Can I inspect that rubber? Edgeworth said he's seen it before. No, it's not even on my evidence. Yeah, you're done. What else am I missing here? You're a genius. Did you figure it out, Laser? Look at the Discord. Dora the Explorer parody, Big Back? What is this? What is that? Piece of pink trash found in the windowsill of the hallway, made of rubber. Scent of flowers is in the air. No, that didn't work, right? How is that connected?
How is this connected? How is it connected? I don't remember.
How is this connected? I don't remember why. What does the cactus have to do with the pink paper? I don't remember this. This is from before. This pink rubbery substance, I saw this in a different form earlier today. I believe this is a piece of a popped balloon. What? Did Kay have a balloon? I don't remember. Suppose that's possible? The balloon probably got a little too close to our friend, the windowsill cactus. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. Wow. I believe I have a very firm grasp on what happened here.
But I do too.
Alright, Francesca, would you get to share what conclusions you've come to?
Why should I do that? We're still in the middle of the competition, you know. We should be checking to see if your conclusions are wrong first, so you go ahead.
It's almost cute that she's going this far to ensure that she wins. Almost. Very well. First, we need to pay his honor a visit to correct his testimony. He was eating a goddamn cake. He sat down. It's not that crazy. He sat down on the bench when you looked. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to test your witness testimony to see how it stands up.
Deal with me. Am I your new suspect? The macaroni! Alert, alert! The macaroni defense is not working. Mr. Wright, please, get me out of here!
You got it, Your Honor. I'm on it. Maya, help. In a sense, I suppose you could say that.
Even you, a judge. You are nothing but a common witness before Von Karma.
Silence in the courtroom! Silence, I say! Mr. New Prosecutor and Genius Prosecutor, successor to Manfred.
You bit your tongue again, didn't you?
As a defender of the law, I can never give... I did not bite my tongue. I will never forgive false testimony. You will even place me on the oath if you want.
Very well then, your testimony, if you please. Okay, there was... Stop.
I went to the restroom. There's a window on the hallway side. In other words, I can see into the hallway. As I entered, I saw the detective buying something from that vending machine. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared. A detective that goes missing while on duty. That sounds mighty suspicious to me. So you've got no grounds to question my macaroni defense.
Your Honor, could you please try to remain calm?
Sorry. I'm so used to simply listening to testimonies that I get caught up in the excitement.
Sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to spoil your fun now. What I saw at recess. Well, John went to the playground and he shat his pants. And I laughed and laughed, and I went and I ate my ham sandwich that my mom packed for me. And then I threw away the pickles because I don't really like pickles, but, you know, my friend, he likes pickles. So when he saw me throw it away, he ate it in the trash can. And that's gross. The pickles mean not eating out of the trash. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Hold it!
You disappeared, but Your Honor, didn't you just say? I saw the detective buying something from the vending machine.
Why, yes, I did. The restroom window looks over to the courtyard and right into the hallway. But just as I was about to exit, I took another look and there was no one inside. That led me to something telling. The detective must have gone to the crime scene number 2. At that point...
Bum 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 bum. You fucking fool.
What was that finger wag for?
Mr. Wright cannot save you now, Wagsfinger. Now time to use pure logic to destroy your asshole. Sorry, that reminded me, I saw the Wagsfinger in your comment, Protein, and I was like, oh yeah, I gotta read that in a second. But I forgot. Thank you, Judge, for reminding me.
Don't you know it's rude to shout objection when somebody's giving your testimony?
Oops, I skipped that. If you truly are a man of the law, then you must always be vigilant. For example, I never let an opportunity to shout objection pass me by.
Master Edgeworth, it's one thing to be passionate about your job, but this is real life.
This is what some people may say is the pot calling the kettle black. Your Honor, I wonder if you might take a look at this for me?
What is that filth? How dare someone dirty the hallway bench like that? Who's the culprit? The party is hereby found guilty of uncleanliness!
You must know the uncouth bench seller has already been placed under arrest thanks to your earlier testimony, Your Honor.
Well, that's good. Who was it? Is he getting the death penalty? I cast death penalty.
Your Honor, we're not playing Dungeons and Dragons. We were able to discover something from the smudge on the bench. Namely, Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints.
Oh, not happy with committing just murder. He had to go and dirty the courthouse too! Guilty, guilty, guilty!
Your Honor, please calm down. Well, it's true that the detective is the one who made the mess on the bench. We have not yet established that this action is related to the double murder. I think it was double murder-suicide.
What do you mean?
Well, I believe that the detective bought a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine, and then promptly sat down on the bench to eat one. The cake crumbs and the pieces of chocolate on the floor under the bench, and the Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints prove my conclusions to be true.
Oh, but I still don't understand. Is this whole thing related to how I couldn't see him when I was leaving the restroom?
It is indeed. The window in that hallway was built rather high up onto the wall, at around a grown adult's chest height. As evidence, I submit that Francesca herself was unable to see out of that window. I shouldn't have used her height as evidence. Damn short people! Basically, what this means is that the area directly under the window is a blind spot when the hallway is being viewed from the men's restroom. Okay, well now I gotta see how tall Edgeworth is. He's gotta have an official height. Edgeworth is supposed to be 5'10". Okay, so he's not even that tall. That's like a little above average. Oh, fuck. Sorry, I gotta stretch. Yes, there is actually an Ace Attorney anime. I don't know a lot about it. I've seen the outtakes, but I know it's like based on at least the first two games. I don't know if I've seen anything about the third one. It's a blind spot when the hallway is being viewed from the men's restroom.
Then...
Seems like you've already made the connection. If someone were to sit on the bench under the window... Yes, even someone as large as Detective Gumshoe would effectively disappear from sight.
What?
Do you finally see, Your Honor? Your testimony has just proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time.
Sorry. I didn't mean to say it with that much enthusiasm. All I wanted to do was try saying it once. Here, let me try again. Hold it!
Is there something of value that you'd like to say?
Yes, actually there is. I remembered something else just now. An updated autopsy report. Mr. Edgeworth, Please allow me to testify in the court one more time.
Even if we overruled him, he'd just keep talking, wouldn't he? Well, that might not be a bad thing. The more info, the better we have. For a perfect investigation, right?
I cast Fireball!
We're not playing Dungeons and Dragons, Judge. We're in the courtroom. I'm on trial for being a murderer.
I don't care how small the courtroom is. I will cast Fireball!
And then you see his Detective Gumshoe cowers. As Edgeworth squints his eyes, and then the judge pulls out a Molotov cocktail and burns down the whole courtroom, throwing it directly at Mr. Wright.
I suppose it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom window. However, that doesn't mean that detective was sitting there when I looked. Well, anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard a loud bang of a gunshot.
Well, that's probably what made Gumshoe drop his fucking cake. Like, look at the image of him dropping his cake. It looks like he's startled. Need Crunchyroll Premium to watch it?
Well, you know,
we were talking about seamen earlier, so, you could always travel the 7 seas. I mean, like, legitimately going on a cruise, and not anything else nefarious stuff. What the hell are you talking about?
How was that? That's the testimony of one who judges the crime of others.
Your Honor, could you try to state the important facts first next time? I agree. Before you go around judging others, you should learn to judge your own words.
I'm sorry, but honestly, I thought the sound was just a noise, Papa, until now.
Now that he mentions it, right before we restarted the trial, he did talk about that.
Is there someone celebrating a birthday during recess?
Ah. The critical point of this argument is when did the judge look into the hallway? And whether that lines up with the gun being actually fired. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to clarify a few details in your testimony. Does he know exactly when this was?
Hold it!
Your Honor, about what you just said.
I know, I couldn't believe it myself. Bang went the gunshot and then a knee-jerk reaction.
Your Honor, please, remain calm when you're trying to explain yourself to me.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Now then, I must gather myself. Yes. Open your mind's eye. When I heard the gunshot, there was no one in the hall. I should know. I looked. And there was no one there!
This judge's emotion circuits appear to be stuck in overreact.
At this point, nothing stands out to me as a contradiction in his testimony.
Francesca, if I'm correct, this testimony is highly precision quality.
I know that. That's why I said at this point.
I think my first line of attack will be to draw more information from His Honor.
Hold it!
I am yawning. As we established, you went to the restroom during recess. However, at what point in the recess did you look into the hallway?
After I called for a recess, I handled the change of prosecutor paperwork. About 20 minutes later... About 20 minutes until we reconvened. Yeah, that sounds about right.
About 20 minutes until we reconvened? According to Detective Bad, that's incorrect. Just as I suspected.
What were you expecting? Well, I demand to know what that all-knowing Smiles for, Mr. Smiles Edgeworth.
Please never call me that. Your Honor, that statement you made just now is very important. I'd like for you to append your testimony.
All right, if you insist.
Easy peasy. Oh,
I cannot allow you to make an objection.
what? Your Honor, I'm really sorry, but I cannot allow me to make an objection.
Egads, have I been overruled?
Your Honor, there are simply too many holes in your testimony for my taste.
What do you mean by that?
You claim that you heard the gunshot during the recess, but that is simply not possible.
Mr. New Prosecutor.
It was the balloon. Oh. Sorry. It just occurred to me. It was the balloon that fucking popped. Oh my god. Do you not know the difference between a gunshot and a balloon popping?
Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred von... Arr!
Instead of biting your tongue, you should fucking shut up. Shut up.
I see you have no mercy for the elderly either, Francesca.
Don't talk back to me unless you want to be whipped in the back.
You're right, you need to have a stepladder or four to accomplish that.
Mr. Edgeworth, my ears are not that far gone yet, I'll have you know. I can still hear just fine. And I heard the gunshot loud and clear with my own 2 ears.
Your Honor, I have here an interesting bit of testimony. It's from Detective Baird. According to him, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again.
What did you just say?
Your Honor, you just said that you heard the gunshot about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. How do you explain this glaring contradiction?
That can't be!
Unfortunately, that is the truth.
I heard it clear as day. Bang! The loud sound of a gunshot!
Now that you mention it, it did kind of sound like air escaping. Gunshot. We keep returning to this point of contention. That piece of evidence, I always did wonder why I found it and where I did. However, now I understand that the gunshot the judge really heard was... Fortunately, Your Honor, this is what produced the gunshot you heard. The balloon. I found this object in the hallway earlier.
What's that pink substance? Is that a condom? I'm flattered.
May not look like it, but this is this is actually a piece of balloon.
I see, so it's not really a condom. Probably could still use it as one if you really tried. And I suppose you would like me to accept it into the court record?
Your Honor, I present this piece of evidence in order to overrule your testimony.
What?
Your Honor, your argument goes as follows. You saw no one in the hallway when you heard the gunshot. Now, there's no guarantee that a detective was sitting on the bench at that time. Therefore, you believe that it must have been around the, he must have been at the crime scene, defendant, lobby number 2. Am I correct?
Yes, that's exactly right. Exactly right.
Then let me ask you this. Do you think that the gunshot you heard was produced by a real gun? I think I've said enough. That even you can figure the rest out on your own. Your Honor, you were fooled by the popping of this balloon into thinking it was a gunshot.
Matter of trickery it is!
That was a good effort you put forth, Miles Edgeworth. But if it was me, I would have wrapped this thing up before the judge was even testified.
Can't you elaborate on how one ends something before it even begins? Yeah, but Laser, this is the judge we're talking about. Uh-oh, is he about to confirm that...
Well, it did sound like a balloon. I just thought it would be exciting. Get that innocent man put away forever. It would save me a lot of trouble in the future, trust me.
Judge, don't cover our... Don't blow our cover! Edgeworth can't know we're here from the future.
That's right, Mr. Judge! Please! Don't blow our cover!
And to think Mr. Wright came from the future. I did think that this sound was a bit off from a real gunshot sound, but who could have guessed that someone would pop a balloon in a place like this? That's true. One doesn't usually think balloons in conjunction with courthouse.
Ah, yep, there it is. There's the balloon.
I will share these coins with you.
That's it. That balloon that girl was holding, it explains everything.
Your Honor, if it makes you feel any better, you didn't lie once in your testimony. However, I can't really vouch for its accuracy.
Who knew giving testimony could be such a difficult thing to do? What have I done? I owe Detective Gumshoe a very, very big apology. I will see to it myself that he is released.
Wait. There's still a few things I've yet to resolve about what happened in that hallway. Your Honor, I request your permission to further question Detective Gumshoe.
But why? I thought we just cleared his name.
Whether we did just now or not, I still cannot say. The only thing I can do for now is continue in my quest for the perfect explanation. And to that end, I must resolve the remaining issues pertaining to the events that occurred in the hallway.
Very well. Bailiff, bring Detective Gumshoe into the courtroom.
I must fulfill my mission and find the perfect explanation to this case. Yeah, I still don't really know who did it. It could be you, it could be Detective Bad. They both have alibis with each other, so they could be in cahoots. Perhaps, maybe in cahoots, I don't know.
What is it now? Is it time for my trial already? I've already told you a gazillion times, pal. I didn't do it.
I'll be the judge of that, Detective Gumshoe.
No, you won't. I'll be the judge of that.
Yeah, Protein was here the whole time. He didn't leave the room at all, not once.
No. I'm the judge around here, and I'll be the judge of that. Why can't you guys just be a little less judgmental? Yes, well, speaking of hasty judgments, Detective Gumshoe, I'm afraid I must apologize for an error in judgment on my part.
No, I don't believe you should apologize just yet. We've yet to prove he's completely innocent of his crime.
I guess so. What are you guys talking about?
Are you guys talking about how I killed those two guys and covered it up perfectly?
I mean...
In any case, I would like you to testify as to your actions while you are on guard duty. And please remember that you are not on trial. This is all just a part of an investigation. Ow. As such, you may still be found to be innocent. However, if you should give false testimony...
Yow!
My whip will object loud and clear.
If you are found to be lying, you will be held indefinitely. Understood?
I got you, pal.
Has he done... He has done other things, though. Where were you 2014, December 25th?
Well, I was celebrating, Christmas with my family because I was 10 years old.
So, you know, what could a 10-year-old do in such a time? It's obvious that Detective Gumshoe is lying. If I can't break this lie, then we may never get to break this case.
I came down here to this courthouse on Detective Bad's orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2. From that time on, until I heard the gunshot, I was in the hallway the whole time. And my honor as the detective, I swear it wasn't me, pal.
Look at this, we're finally in a courtroom. He's still singing the same tired old tune. In that case, I'll have to change the melody. I know he's lying. It's time I pulled some information out of him.
Yeah. Yeah.
You claim to have been in that hallway the whole time. Father, is it not fact that you did something while you were in the hallway?
Of course I did something. I got in the joint of lobby number 2, pal. What else?
Very well then. And what exactly does guarding the door entail?
Well, to put it simply... oh, I know. It was my job to stand in front of the door without moving an inch.
Oh. Detective Gumshoe, you mean to tell me that you didn't take a single step away from the door to lobby number 2? Is that really what you wish to justify to the effect of?
You got it, pal. Actually, you're seeing right through me. I didn't take a single step away from that door, just like I was ordered to. Why is everyone quiet all of a sudden?
Because we're all in shock. And in awe of your utter stupidity.
Scruffy, if you're going to lie, at least tell us a more believable one.
Ouch! But I'm not lying.
Hurry up and bring this insipid testimony to a close. Okay. I have an objection.
What is it, pal?
Detective Gumshoe, I wonder if you might recognize this from somewhere?
Hey, it's one of those things, the courthouse special Swiss rolls, right, pal?
Precisely. In that case, I suppose that you also recall the solid hallway bench?
Hey, you know what? I think it was probably me that did that. Detective Gumshoe, you know you can't go around tidying up the courthouse like this. So, yeah, I swear, if you jerked your peanuts on that... Oh...
You inconsiderate, slovenly pig!
I promise to clean it up later, I swear.
Now then, shall we get down to business? The fact that you didn't move even a single step from the front of that door? If that really were the case, then how were you able to buy a pack of Swiss rolls?
Ow!
Furthermore, if you didn't move a single step from the front of that door, how'd you manage to get the bench dirty with your grubby hands?
Yow!
Yes, that Francesca's whip can do more damage than my words alone can.
Alright, I confess, pal. I was hungry, so I bought a pack for myself. Okay? Is it a crime to eat food? I thought I'd get chewed out again if anyone found out about me eating on the job. So I didn't want to say anything. But unfortunately for you, I saw you do the whole dastardly deed. I clearly saw you buying a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine. Okay, I'm sorry for lying. But that's all I'm sorry for. You got that? Because I'm not holding anything else back.
Nice statement. These sound like it makes sense. However, there's something I don't quite believe about it. Are you sure you're not withholding further information from us?
Of course not. I've got nothing else to hide, pal.
Oh, if only that were true, Detective Gumshoe.
It is true, pal. I swear there's nothing else.
Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you're aware that the price of a pack of Swiss rolls, correct?
Remind me again, pal.
The vending machine out in the hallway is selling packs of 2 Swiss rolls for $6 a pack.
You're not gonna bring that up, are you?
Yet according to you, you didn't even have any cash on you until you cashed in your $5 annual bonus check. Isn't that right?
Oh,
So let me ask you again. How would you manage to purchase a pack all by yourself? Can you provide me with a proper explanation to that?
I told you I bought it by myself, pal. There wasn't anyone else in that hallway with me, so no one else could have helped me buy it. Wait, don't tell me. You've got some kind of proof there was someone else in the hallway, don't you?
Correct.
As if you could. What are the chances of that? Oh, wait.
You do. Of course I do.
What? Hey, how? What? Ah!
Balloon.
What the hell is that? You didn't really have anything. You prosecutors are always the same, always lying to people. You should stop, you know. Oh, I refuse to be lectured by the likes of you, detective.
Russ, how long do you plan on being strung along by this moronic detective? We found
You guys can read that comment for yourselves.
They're called short stacks, pal.
So if he was truly all along, then that piece of evidence should not exist. It's fine. Leave it, Laser. It's okay. Don't pin it, though. Dude, don't pin it. Proof that there was someone else in the hallway? I thought it was the balloon. Oh! Dropped by the young girl.
Hey, you should show that to me not 2 seconds ago, pal.
I think you're under the mistaken impression that I bought this pack of rolls.
Wait, if you didn't buy it, then that means you must have stolen it. You thief!
What? I would never do such a thing.
Oh, you liars, you're the shame. You started out as thieves. You're under arrest, pal.
I believe you meant to assert that all thieves start out as liars. In that case, what does that say about you, detective?
Oh.
This particular Swiss roll was dropped by a certain someone.
Uh-oh.
There were 2 rolls in this package. You ate one of them, but you then gave the other one to a certain other person, didn't you?
No, wait, pal. You've got it all wrong. I ate both of them.
Ha-ha! It would appear that we've caught you at last.
Hey, don't do anything bad to the girl.
It would appear that they do know each other after all. So, why do you continue to come up to me and kick me? Have I wronged you somehow?
I have a name. It's Kay.
Kay what?
Kay Faraday.
Faraday. Oh. Are you perhaps Mr. Faraday's daughter?
I'm not a you. I'm Kay.
Kay. You know, good little girls don't kick other people. Especially not hard enough to leave big nasty bruises like the way you do.
Well, then you shouldn't have put Gummy under arrest, mister.
Gummy?
My guess is that she's talking about Detective Gumshoe.
What a cute nickname you've given him.
Gummy didn't do anything wrong.
Okay. Appears that I will need to speak with her a bit more in detail. Oh. I guess she's ready to fucking kill. No then, Kay. She's like a stray cat. What if I should feed her something?
Take that.
Okay, I promise to give you this if you calm down.
Oh, a Swiss roll.
It really belongs to you, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was saving it for Daddy.
Oh. Is it, ooh. I do not want to be the one to be the bearer of bad news.
Oh my.
Your father, he's
Hey, don't you say another word, pal. She doesn't know.
Thanks for watching out for me, Gummy. But I already know about Daddy. I overheard the guards talking about how Daddy's not here anymore.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't protect him. Okay.
I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry.
It's alright, let it all out. Your father just passed away, after all. We couldn't blame you for crying, now could we? I myself was also involved in the case at this courthouse when I was a young child. A case in which my father, who was a defense attorney, passed away. All of my dreams of becoming a lawyer were crushed into a fine ash on that nightmarish day. Even now, the wound festers deep in my depths. Ever since that incident, I have dedicated myself to locking away every criminal I can. And now, to have this happen right in front of me. This child, I feel a certain shared fate, a common bond between us.
Rose Edgeworth, what sort of gentleman are you? Are you going to just stand there and watch a lady cry?
She's clearly a child. She needs to cry. Ah, you're right. Sorry about that. Okay. Here, how about we use this handkerchief here to dry your little eyes? No, my caveat! Don't blow your nose on that! Ugh! Ah! Ugh! Fuck! Ugh! I'm never wearing this again! Oh! I am switching to my second-hand suit. Ugh! Oh! It's everywhere. Ugh. I'm going to wipe it on Gumshoe. Hey, pal, not on me! Gross! Okay, are you going to be alright?
Yep, I'm already alright.
Somehow, I highly doubt that. But I'm not going to push it.
I said I'd never cry in front of strangers.
And you're a good kid, aren't you, Kay? You always keep your promises.
That's right. Even if I can't see Dad anymore, I'm still gonna keep all my promises.
You're a brilliant... Oh, fuck! You're a very good child for keeping the promises to your papa.
I'd even testify that you didn't cry, just for you. Thank you very much, lady. It's nothing. I'm only telling the truth, after all.
Apparently because of her father. Oh, I've got autoplay on! That's why everything's going too fast. You're a very brave girl, Kay. Okay, I got most of it. Francesca's sympathetic to Kay's feelings. Kay, what kind of person was your father?
Daddy was a hero of justice. His job was to catch all the bad people in the world.
So, to you, a prosecutor is a hero of justice, hmm? I suppose we are in a sense... I suppose we are in a sense, as we are the ones who seek guilty verdicts for criminals.
Plus, you know what? Whenever I came to the courthouse, Daddy would buy me an absolute favorite treat. Swiss rolls.
Oh.
I'll be a hero of justice some days, just like Daddy. So I've been working real hard.
I see. What have you been working hard on?
I've been working hard to keep all the promises Daddy and I made together.
Promises K. Promise notebook. May I take a look inside, Kay?
Sure, okay.
Appears to be an exchange diary of sorts between father and daughter. Mr. Faraday writing conveys a sense of the kind of man he was. This little notebook just might come in handy for later. Thank you for showing it to me, Kay. I hope you'll continue to work hard and become a hero just like your father.
I'm gonna try.
Hey, Kay, so I'm a detective that catches the bad people, right? That makes me a hero, too.
Yeah, you're really cool too, Gummy.
Yeah, aren't I, Kay? I'm the coolest. Oh, I get my validation from children because adults don't like me very much.
What is with the two of them?
I hand in verdict of justice, so that makes me a hero too.
Yes, and thanks to your oh so heroic testimony, you almost painted that detective as a vile criminal and sent him off to jail.
I'm really sorry about that.
Yes, it was. Correct.
Gummy's not Batman, okay?
That's why she is the next in line YATAGARASU in the future. When we first met her. No. When we first met her in the game. Obviously, this is when Edgeworth first met her. That poor judge is being treated like a vile criminal rather than a hero of justice. Appears that you and Detective Gumshoe are good friends, Kay.
Yeah, we're friends.
In that case, would you mind telling me a little more about him? So I take it that you ran into Detective Gumshoe earlier?
Yep. I was on my way to see Danny when I saw Gummy standing there. He was standing in the hallway staring real hard at the vending machine, so I said hi.
When was this?
Boss man's raiding with a party of what, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't know if I can keep going with my testimony.
Thank you, boss man. Appreciative. We've been raided. We've been raided. Ah! Ah!
Before everything got crazy.
How long were the two of you together?
We only talked for a little while. And then we went our own ways.
That's right, pal. Kay and I only talked for a little while. That's it. No, which means we have now confirmed that Kay was in the hallway during recess, isn't that right?
You got me.
I told you to stop picking on Gummy, mister.
Very well then. I'll just have to speak with the good detective in private later. Were you the one who bought this pack of Swiss rolls, Kay?
Well, I didn't really have a lot of money. And I somehow made $1 out of all the pennies and quarters I had. But it still wasn't enough, and I really wanted one.
Come to think of it, she did come to me and ask for an exchange, a handful of change for $1. And that's when you came and asked me to change your money, correct?
Yeah, thanks a bunch for doing that, mister.
Sure. But let me ask you, even with that $1, you still didn't have enough, correct?
Well, that's why...
Hey, if you bully Kay anymore, I'm gonna have to arrest you, pal.
Need I remind you that you're the one already under arrest?
Yeah, right.
Got 100% on 9 souls, minus the Steam achievements. Oh, okay, very nice. The case has been going well. This is one of my favorites so far. Of this game, at least. It was very fun having the judge in. And Baby K is cute. I like how she fucking kicked Edgeworth in the back of his fucking knee. For no reason. Finally, somebody's standing up for Gumshoe. Nobody else was doing it. And K is base for that. I sense that K is going to be less than forthcoming with this question.
Sorry about your roughly thing.
It's alright, I blow my nose on it too. Yeah, well, now that it's positively drenched with your nasal mucus. Don't worry, Kay, I have a spare. So, you can have this one. Aww.
Daddy said never take things from a stranger.
Ah, it's one of those promises you made with your promise notebook, right?
Yeah, look, see? It's right here on this page.
Promise 1, never take things from a stranger. Promise 2, never go anywhere with a stranger. Alright then, I'm not gonna give this to you. I'm merely allowing you to borrow it. You can take it home, wash it nice and clean, and then give it back to me the next time we meet.
Okay, Daddy never said I couldn't borrow things from strangers.
Now then, Detective Gumshoe. Uh-oh. I believe it is now crystal clear that you were the one with little K in that hallway.
I told you stuffing me in the gummy. Boss Edgeworth, There's still something you have yet to resolve.
I beg your pardon?
You still haven't offered an explanation for why that man would lie to us.
That's, well...
Gummy, don't tell me you lied for my sake.
Yeah, don't worry about it, Kay. Everything's gonna be okay. So that's why.
So what was Detective Gumshoe's motive for lying? If you can't explain that, then you can't call this a perfect investigation.
His reasoning for lying is very simple.
What?
Here's what I believe to be his reason. From simple observation of the detective's actions and his interactions with Kay. Yeah, he didn't want his pay to get cut again. It's obvious that the detective was lying for the young girl's sake. And this piece of evidence will show you exactly why. Yeah, we got a lot of games going. It's tough, and Silent Hill 2 is coming out next week as well, so that's gonna be another game. And then in the middle of October we have Mario Party, and then at the end of October we have Sonic and Shadow. And then November we have Mario and Luigi. Oh man. Well, it's because her dad's dead, right? Always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Never cry in front of strangers. Always try your hardest to learn and understand things you don't understand. Daddy's job is to make sure that everyone follows the rules, Kay. Be a good girl and promise that you'll keep your promises too. Keep your promises to me, okay? Love, your daddy. Ace Attorney, Zelda, Plucky Squire, and FNAF. No, and Pizza Tower. Forgot Pizza Tower. Into the bits, but it's been good. We got the first ending today, and I'm planning on doing the supplementary endings. I'm gonna just look up how to do them, and we're gonna go for them. Because the ending we got is not a satisfying one, so I feel like we kind of have to. Pizza Tower doesn't count. Well, it's on the table. It's never leaving. I'm gonna 100% that on stream. You're not gonna you're not gonna get rid of it that easy. It's just on a hold because that's not as important as other things. Ow. Do we want to... Your dad?
Take that!
This is that piece of evidence. Why are you showing me that form? It doesn't seem to add anything to the conversation. Can you give that to me, mister? Okay. You gonna do it on the hardest difficulty? I think so, yeah. This is probably for a star. What is that, Nightmare? How hard is it gonna be? The game was pretty easy. He can evade springy old boy and pretty satisfactory. Why are they all teasing me all of a sudden? Although it's possible that perhaps I made a mistake and that's why. Lying on account of K. I thought he was lying so she didn't find out that he died. The balloon?
Take that!
The balloon? Nope. I'm not getting punished for this, though. Did I? Yeah, I don't get punished for this. Proves Detective Gumshoe was lying on account of K. I don't know who it is. I gotta be honest. Nobody's really hitting me. I think it's either Manny or Bad. I think it's these two. Von Karma could have done it. I mean, look at him. Could have been Von Karma again.
Take that!
His testimony? No? Okay. Why are they all teasing me? You're just so easy to tease. Prosecutor badge, go!
I can't believe you're showing me your prosecutor's badge already. I know you are, but what am I?
Okay. The Promises Notebook?
Take that!
Oh, okay. Because she talked to a stranger. And he was... That doesn't... Why would Gumshoe do... But... Badge ever used? It's usually only to get flavor text.
Mr. Faraday, Case Promise Notebook? How does this explain everything?
Take a look at this page. It's clearly written that Kay should never take things from a stranger. When Detective Gumshoe heard about that promise, he tried to cover for Kay. How does that make any sense? Why would he care? It's a promise, not a fucking binding contract. I mean, you can use the excuse it's Gumshoe, but like... What? He's dead! He's not gonna find out. What a foolishly... I am with Francesca on this. What a foolishly foolish fool of a foolish reason for being a fool. Ew!
Gummy, you lied because of me, didn't you?
I'm your friend, Kay, that's why.
Gummy.
Long last, Detective Gumshoe. Can you please tell me the whole truth now? Guess there's no beating you, huh, pal? Okay, I'll spill the goods. I'd been standing guard for a little while. I was getting real hungry when that snack vending machine was just taunting me. When all the cash... Oh.
But all the cash you had on you was $5, and it wasn't enough to buy anything, right? After all, the cheapest item in the vending machine is $6, a pack of Swiss rolls.
Yeah, but then, like an angel from heaven, Kay showed up.
I was thinking about sharing a snack with Daddy, so I went to buy a Swiss roll. I only had $1 in coins. So he pulled my $5 and...
My $5.
and my $1 together.
And bought a pack of Swiss rolls together. But
I was worried about breaking one of my promises, so then Gummy said...
Mr. Faraday's one scary guy when he gets mad. But don't worry, you won't get in trouble if I don't tell, right? Okay, I understand that. I understand why he would say that. That makes sense. I get that. That's perfectly fine. But why would he keep the info after he's fucking dead? It makes no sense. Like, Gumshoe, you're just withholding information for no reason. He's dead. Kay can't get in trouble anymore. What are you talking about? Contempt of court. Besides, you bought it with me, so you didn't really get it from me, you know? Even for you, Gumshoe, that's weird.
He told me it'd be okay, and he gave me a roll to save and give to Daddy. Who knew that Scruffy could be so considerate?
We can't cut his salary for this. That $5 is getting cut down to the $3.50. And that's being generous. Indeed. Detective, I take it from you that you sat down on the bench and ate the rolls together? Yeah, we split the other roll and ate it right then. The sweet taste of that cake's chocolate. I'll never forget it as long as I live, pal. I don't know. A vending machine's Swiss roll is probably not good. I gotta tell you, a vending machine Swiss roll is probably chock full of preservatives. That shit is not good.
Though it is like Japan-inspired America, so maybe it's like freshly baked every day, and it's those like really cool fresh baked vending machines that they have in Japan. They're like oddly really high quality for no reason, and it's just really cool. Could be that, but I mean this is America, so that thing's like probably half WD-40 or something. Yeah, well, true. That's true. Instant noodles is mostly sodium, so anything with sugar in probably tastes like fucking God's gracious toe warts. I don't know what that analogy was, but you're gonna have to live with what I just said, and so am I. Okay, I believe this also belongs to you.
Oh, that's from the balloon I popped. It's bad manners to leave garbage lying around, Kay. I'm sorry.
Well, I guess I can't blame you for not throwing this one piece away. It was sitting high up on a windowsill where you couldn't see it. So just this once, I forgive you.
Yeah, but I mean, this rice gummy a little, so I popped it on purpose. And because of me, Gummy dropped his half of the Swiss roll.
Oh, that's why you dropped the Swiss roll. Well, you really got me there, pal.
So I thought maybe I should give Gummy this other roll. And then I saw you picking a Gummy, mister.
So you kicked me, is that it?
I'm sure I'm not a feisty one. Really sorry, mister.
It's alright, I'm perfectly unharmed. Oh! I'm unharmed, perfectly good. Little girl could never harm the great Edgeworth. Gumshoe, run me a bath, hot, with Epsom salts. Get me an orange juice and put on my favorite cinema masterpiece, Shrek 2, please. Oh, God, it hurts. But I'm fine, perfectly unharmed, as you can see. And about this Swiss roll, would it be alright with you if I held on to it until Detective Gumshoe is cleared of all charges and is free to go?
Yeah, sure. Just make sure you give it to Gummy afterwards, okay?
Of course, I promise. Now then, I believe we have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway for the entire duration of his duty. Which undeniably proves that Detective Gumshoe could not have committed the double murders.
Objection!
This sexy Agent U! Actually, it proves just the opposite, Edgeworth. You've just shown that Detective Gumshoe is the only one who could have committed the crime. What do you mean?
It's quite rude to eavesdrop, Miss U.
I'm getting lectured on manners. Yeah, I don't know why I said agent. I don't know, maybe she's with Interpol. That was the thing. Listen, don't judge my taste in women, you guys. Okay? Unless she turns out to be a murderer, and then maybe. But not right now.
That girl with a penchant for whipping people. What? How dare you talk back with such insolence? You violated Gummy's not a bad guy.
What have we here? What is the child doing here in this courthouse? Bailiff, please take this child away. Miss Callisto, you! That girl is Miss Faraday's... Sorry, Mr. My apologies, slip of the tongue. Freudian slip. I know, so what? I think just because she's the victim's daughter, she gets to run wild all around the crime scene. I think it's actually quite dangerous for her to speak nothing of getting underfoot. I suppose you're right. However... As long as we're in agreement on that point, let's get back to the real issue at hand. Now then, Detective, you were in front of the door to lobby number 2 the entire time, correct? Yeah, but... You see, isn't it obvious that it could only be the detective? He's the only person who could have gotten into the lobby number 2 at the time of the murders. Okay, now you're really trying to pin it on Gumshoe. Like, before, I could understand, but now that we have some logic and facts that he possibly didn't do it. You, I vouched for you. I vouched for you. Alright, come on now. I have no counter-argument to that.
Don't worry, I've already put in the necessary paperwork for his formal arrest.
Yeah, but the investigation's far from over.
Oh, that's right. I was going to speak with you about that. Don't you think it's reckless to talk to the suspect out in the open without a guard?
I suppose it is.
Well, as someone with more experience in law than you, allow me to share something. Always keep a good eye on a criminal, or you may regret what comes of your negligence. Ooh, Miles, I can't believe you're letting this woman lecture you like this.
Well, to be quite frankly, Francesca, I kind of like it. If it's her. You know what I'm saying?
This is unforgivable. Romance is disgusting. As a disciple of Von Karma, you ought to never have children.
But you are clearly a contradiction of that right yourself. You are a child of Mr. Von Karma.
Well, he is exempt. Down, Tigress.
Oh, down, Tigress.
Now then, I'll be looking forward to the results of your investigation. So we're back to square one.
Actually, this is our last chance. I can tell if we fail to solve this case, Detective Gumshoe will be formally charged under all of the circumstantial evidence.
By the way, not to take stakes away,
But Gumshoe's in every other game. Like, there's, like, no stakes to whether or not he actually did it. You know, that kind of does take a little bit of the impact away. This investigation's not over yet. There's still one location we have yet to inspect. It's where Detective Bad and Miss Yu were at the time of the crime. Lobby number 1. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! After 3 years, he served his time. Oh, well, yeah. You want a compliment, Protein? Well, let me say this. When it comes to Protein, they don't call him that because he's made of meat. Let's just say that. We were talking about, you know, Sailormen, Seamen, of course, before, and, well, there you go. And Laser wants a compliment too. Well, Laser. I like those pants you're wearing. It's a nice color. Looks good on you. I couldn't think of anything. You got nice pants, dude. I don't know what to say. Good job. You picked that out yourself. You purchased that one. They look pretty nice. You know, look comfortable. God, please be wearing pants. If you are not wearing pants right now, shoots fast and powerful. Always wrapping it back round to come. What is this incredibly overpowering sweet scent?
It smells like...
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wasn't there something else that smelled flowery? Uh-oh. Didn't the windowsill smell flowery? Yeah, well, they look good on you, Laser. Of course. I mean, I know that you're wearing pants. You're good pants, man. Great pants, even, I would say. What are those, khakis? Sweatpants? I'm a sweatpant guy myself, you know. I got a whole lot of sweatpants. I don't really like jeans or anything. They don't feel good to me. I'm a sweatpant man. I like to be comfortable. Sweatpants. Yeah, good choice, good choice. Though I do like tight sweatpants. Not too tight, but like, if it hugs the skin, it's very nice. Sweatpants have a very nice texture. Like baggy sweatpants, I'm not a huge fan of. It's odd. like flowers.
Uncle Bad, is this it?
Isn't that Detective Bad and Kay over there?
Looks like she managed to escape the bailiff.
Oh. Angel. No, that's not quite it.
Not too bad, but it's so pretty.
I think you're still a bit too young to be wearing that. But since you found it, I guess I can let you keep it.
Thanks, I treasure it always.
Guess you seem to get along rather well.
Oh, here, I've got something else for you, too.
Yay, thank you, Uncle Bad. Earlier, I ate one of these with Gummy.
Gummy? Oh, you mean gumshoe.
Gummy was trying to be nice to me because I was gonna get in trouble. And he got in trouble because he lied to protect me. Gummy. I know he didn't kill Daddy.
Don't cry, Ferret. Don't cry. Faraday would be sad if he saw you crying.
I'm not crying.
Kay.
Oh, it's the Mr. from before and the lady too.
Don't you think it would be a good idea to go home for the time being? You're not involved in this investigation, so it's the best if you do. Oh no, please tell me you have a mom. Please tell me you have a mother. Oh no.
Actually, I'm Uncle Bad's assistant.
Oh.
So I'm related to the investigation.
Is that so, Detective Bad?
Yeah, I guess.
What? You were just scolding us like kids to not mess around at the crime scene, and now you're just letting this child run free? Why?
People are free to investigate things outside of the actual crime scene. You also had a few things she wanted to look into. Got a problem with that?
I don't have a problem with that, but I am curious to see what Miss Yu was looking into. Oh, I've missed a spot on my pants. All of that nose blowing on my... What was the thing he called it? What's his little neckerchief called? Fuck, I forget. A caveat or something? A cravat. Cavat? Cavat? I don't know how to pronounce that. A cravat? Yeah, I think he's supposed to be like a gritty detective in a completely different art style, you know? You know what this kind of reminds me of? Edgeworth is Undertale. Detective Bad is Undertale Yellow. I don't know why. This just popped in my head. Cravat? Alright. Well, missed a spot of snot on my cravat. Snot, cravat. That's mildly amusing.
Uncle Bad, I'm gonna go look somewhere else now.
Alright, I'm counting on you.
Oh, that's right. Hey, mister.
Yes, what is it?
I know Gummy really isn't the bad guy. I mean it. So please, find the real bad guy, okay?
I won't forgive whoever did this, but in the absence of the perfect piece of testimony and evidence, there's no one else who could be the true culprit other than Detective Gumshoe. Oh, she wandered off when I was pondering. This decorative plant's leaves are shinier than the ones in the plant in Lobby 2. That's probably because it's next to the windows where it's easier to photosynthesize. You may be right. Plus the curtains are always drawn in Lobby number 2. Caretakers of this courthouse don't think enough about plants, do they? That's because they're the courthouse's caretakers, not a bunch of botanists. What an incredibly strong-scented herbal tea. I should do. I'm gonna buy a cronut. Isn't a cronut a type of donut, or am I thinking of something else? I feel it more than being relaxed. This scent may make a bit heady. One bit of heady instead. What? This scent may make one a bit heady? Edgeworth, you devilish dog. Head in a place like this? Come on. Have some dignity. You put in a special request for that.
No wonder she's so violent if she's drinking this stuff the whole time.
No woman should be allowed to comment on this particular topic ever. That expensive painting is ill-suited to be hanging on the wall of this room.
What if a guard detail should be placed on it?
Why do you say that?
Well, a desperate, low-paid detective might make off with it someday. You never know.
She may be thinking of hiring a guard. But it's obvious she isn't factoring in the guard's salary, however. One of the windows in this lobby is open as well. The air conditioner is working just fine in this room, so why'd they open it, I wonder? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What's that mess supposed to be? It's like an optical illusion.
I believe it's supposed to be a postmodern design.
More like thoughtlessness in design.
Can't disagree there. Detective Bat, what exactly was Kay searching for? Nothing that concerns you, boy.
No, and I suppose it has something to do with Kay?
It does, but because she's Faraday's daughter. Anyway, hurry up and get to the point. I don't have time to waste.
Sounds like you'd rather be left alone. I have something I'd like to confirm with you once again.
I don't have anything to say to you.
Well, be that as it may, we still have the questions that need answers. Now then, first of all, what is the overpowering smell that is permeating this room? Oh, permeating. I didn't know permeating was spelled like that. It's spelled perfectly, like permeating. Sorry, that's my bad. Permeating. I was thinking permeating when I said it, but I didn't think it was spelled like that. You understand. Upon entering this room, I thought I was going to suffocate.
Yeah, it's that ultra-strong perfume you wears. She spilled some of it.
Oh, god damn it. It is you, isn't it?
That damn perfume.
I can't like anybody, can I?
I just thought she was really cute, okay? Is that so bad?
I was having a bad time of it myself. I didn't think twice and open a window, but that smell's still here.
Perfume, huh? So the sweet scent in the air is perfume.
It's giving off quite a stench. I bet it's cheap, no-name brand.
She said it's a famous brand from overseas.
It's a knockoff. Yes, definitely a knockoff.
No disrespect, but she forced one of those bottles on me. Here, little girl, you can have it.
I was born for a much more expensive and refined perfume. However, seeing as how you just happen to have a spare, I suppose I'll take it. Master Edgeworth, you will hold on to this bottle without fail.
Why can't she ever be honest about what her wants?
Hey, Joe.
Just fantastic.
Is that all you wanted to talk about? If so, I'm gonna get back to investigating.
Actually, I still have a few other things I wish to inquire about. Ugh. So, you were in this room the entire recess?
Like I said,
I made a call to the precinct to get that big lug down here. But other than that, I was waiting for recess to end in here.
Is your story is consistent?
You stated that you were in this lobby with Miss Yu. Yeah, but I ran into her in the hallway. She said she wanted to talk to me about something, so we came in here. What you're saying is that until Detective Gumshoe's arrival, you and Miss Yu were in 2 different locations. Guess I am. Interesting.
Speaking of that lawyer, it seems to have a great dislike of you.
Let's see. Miss Yu is the sister of the victim of the KG-8 incident, and as I recall, Detective Bad was the lead detective on that case. I wonder if the reason for her disdain isn't simply because you failed to guard Cece, but because you were the lead detective on that case. You knew? I also know that today's trial involving the Kudopian Embassy staff member is being referred to as the second KG-8 incident. Now then, Detective, I believe it's time you were honest with me, and told me the truth behind your relationship with Miss Yu and Mr. Faraday, and the KG-8 incident. If you already know that much, I guess it'd be alright if I told you. Now then, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the KG-8 incident. It's not exactly a happy story, other than the people who were directly involved. You 2 will be the first to hear about what I'm gonna say. I knew that was a lollipop all along. The honest truth behind the KG-8 incident. Faraday, you and I, as you already know, we 3 were involved in the KG-8 incident. Faraday and I were originally on the trail of a smuggling ring. You mean the smuggling case involving one of the Amano Group's secretaries? That trial was just a front.
A facade?
Yeah, but the case became tainted by my taint. All because the witness who was going to testify about the Amano Group's ties to the smuggling ring, CCU, was killed. Then what became of the secretary who was arrested? Oh! Oh my god, it's Colin. Colin Deveray. Oh shit. His name was Colin Deveray. To be honest, the guy didn't know a thing about the smuggling ring. But he confessed to knowing about it anyway. Deveray was probably being intimidated by the big boss man. Just another scapegoat.
Yeah, Edgeworth kind of like... Well, he did get bonked on the head a couple times, right? Actually, no, wait, did he? Was I disbarred last time? That was allegedly disbarred, okay? Just because I was disbarred doesn't mean I can't practice legal pursuits. It just means I can't be caught practicing legal disputes. Yeah, Big Boss did. You did. Well, you ended up getting the man killed indirectly. What's he trying to do? Suspecting Mr. Armano of being involved with smuggling.
I suppose it would be quite difficult to secure an acquittal after he confessed. The man who killed CCU, Manny Cochin, was a completely different person.
I'm a little too shifty to be caught. Yeah. Exactly. They'll never catch me. I'm slippery, alright? With a detective like Gumshoe on my side, I'll never be caught. Oh, shit.
But since he's already been acquitted once for her murder, Mr. Faraday, how could you let him go?
If I remember correctly, I heard that Mr. Faraday had an important piece of evidence stolen from him.
That wasn't Faraday's fault. It was mine. I wasn't vigilant enough. Faraday, Cece. I was supposed to protect them both.
Yes, you did mention that as well. But how Detective Bad was supposed to guard her sister. I didn't just spill a drink. Why? I don't even have a drink. I haven't drank anything this whole stream. And last stream. I was hoping that my parents had bought water at the supermarket, but they didn't. They forgot it again. So, running on empty. I don't want to drink tap water. I'll get something after stream.
But even I, who was supposed to protect them, I fell into their trap.
What kind of trap?
The holes in this jacket are a testament to the trap.
Yeah, I'm actually like SpongeBob. I satisfy my needs through, Wait, what did he say? I'm thinking of the episode where he's... he becomes a hermit. He's like, I don't need to eat. I could just... Does he say photosynthesize? I want to say that, but I don't know if that's true. I don't remember. Oh, it was a good episode.
Take it away, Penny!
He did say it. Okay, he did say photosynthesis. Photosynthesis. Because that's how sponges actually eat. You mean, you were fired upon? God, I wish I could watch classic SpongeBob again. I really want to watch those first 3 seasons. I don't really have any way to do it other than, hanging out with the Seamen. But, don't they filter feed? Oh, wait, did he say filter feed instead? He might have... Actually, that sounds right. That sounds right. I don't know, I was just going with whoever spoke first, really.
You were shot at many times in one gunfight?
I mean, look at his... Look at his jacket! Isn't it obvious?
No.
Oh, well, never mind then.
Only about half of these are from that case. But, the reason I continue to wear this jacket is to remind myself of the lessons I learned from the KG-8 incident.
I see.
I couldn't protect CCU. And the suspect was found not guilty. But I do see you, Miles Edgeworth. We had hit a brick wall, as far as the law was concerned. And that's when she came to the courtroom, the victim's sister. That's when I first met Callisto Yu.
I mean, I could go to get a drink, but, I mean... I don't really want a soda right now. I don't want... And I don't want to drink tap water. I'll just starve and dehydrate. Now you're well, now I gotta go get a drink. I'm gonna save that for later. Alright then. Fine. I'll go get something to drink then. Fuck. Force my hand, will you? Fine. Sit here in the BRB and think about what you did. Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. I'm back. Hello. Sorry, it took a little extra long because, well, my dad wanted to do the wood. And he said he would only be 10 minutes, and to be fair, he was pretty quick. So, waited for that, had a little snackaroo, and I got me a Pepsi. So, there you go. Turn my lights on. It's actually quite gray at the moment. Cooking stream would be cool. I would love to do a cooking stream. Thing is, I don't want to show you guys what I look like, so, you know. So, you'll have to wait. And I also don't have my own kitchen, so. The wood? Ah, yes. My dad likes to saw wood for the winter, very much during stream. And he, today he was like, I don't want to disturb you. In a dinosaur outfit? Well, that still leaves the problem of I don't have a kitchen to do it in. I'm not going to do it in my home kitchen. Have you seen the kind of jokes we make here? I can't do that with a family around. What are you talking about? Outside. Portable grill. Lock them out. That's a good idea. Our kitchen's also like tiny and decrepit, and it doesn't look good. But I always liked the idea of a cooking stream. I do have a passion for cooking. I love, like, well, I guess baking. I haven't really cooked much in my life, but I've done a lot of baking. I love baking. So, you know, cooking, baking, what's the difference, you know? One's with meat, one's with flour. It's same thing, really. I love making food. I wish I could do it more often. But, you know, with this and everything going on, it's a little hard to make time. Anyways, shall we get back to it? I've already drank like half of my Pepsi. It's already almost gone. Be on our best behaviors, you know? I feel like you guys say that pretty often, and then you're not. But when you first met Miss Yu, it was on the day the verdict of the KG-8 incident was handed down, was it not? Yeah, Faraday and I, we apologized to her from the bottom of our hearts. My tissue just fell on the floor. Silent, like a piece of paper would be. It was all we could do, but just saying you're sorry won't bring my sister back, she said. Then she gave me a hard slap across the face.
Well, she certainly had a lot of self-control to stop at a slap. If it was me, not even 100 lashes would have been punishment enough.
I suppose not. You said it herself. That she never wanted to see either of us ever again.
But after that, you saw her many times over, correct?
Yeah. Faraday and I, even after the KG-8 incident had come to a close, we continued to hunt down the smuggling ring and got involved in various cases. But it was no use. It's no use! We cracked so many different cases. But the result was always the same. We couldn't find the real mastermind behind the ring.
Is the ring really that big?
It was in the pursuit of that ring that we met you once again. It was during another trial related to the smuggling ring. Faraday was the prosecutor and I as the lead detective. Took to the witness stand. She appeared out of the blue as a defense attorney. Her client was related to the smuggling ring, and she was defending them?
Oh, sorry. Whoops. Wrong character. Her client was related to the smuggling ring, and she was defending them?
Yeah. Yu was pursuing the ring as best as she could as a lawyer. I think she defended Rill this time, for the same reason. Come to think of it, Ms. Yu did say something to the same effect.
I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for the leads regarding the KG-8 incident, alright? For that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer. Right, we already saw that.
It doesn't matter what her reason is.
What's the reason we have those to be continued moments? Is that just for a save spot? Or is that like because these games were like handheld games, so it's supposed to be like cutoff points? Because after to be continued, there's lots of flashbacks to things where if you're playing it in quick succession, it really doesn't do anything except for like remind you of a detail that was pretty important anyways. Handheld moment. By the way, I forgot to mention. Sorry, this is important to Ace Attorney too. Capcom recently officially announced or stated that the Ace Attorney series is being actively developed on, and they have no plans to stop it, and, you know, it sounds like there's gonna be a new Ace Attorney game pretty soon. Possibly all brand new. So, that's exciting. Yeah, like level system in Darkman, yeah.
It doesn't matter what her reason is. Helping a criminal is just despicable.
You're so naive, little girl. I could have stolen this lollipop from you. That's how naive you are.
Striptease channel point reward when it released. Whoa. On Twitch? Maybe on Kick, but on Twitch? Can't get away with that. They said their next thing wouldn't have a new Ace Attorney game. People were expecting Latent Crossover might be getting a port? Maybe. Laser, you're getting a little too carried away. That was fine. That was a fun joke. I'm sure there is a new Ace Attorney game being developed on, though. I think we're gonna see him pretty soon. Yeah, well. Yeah, the VOD Frog saw it.
How dare you insult the daughter of Yvonne Karma?
Laser, reattach his balls, please. Uncircumcision, please. Oh, well, yeah.
Just like us, you felt that she had hit the limit of what the law could do. That's all.
The law is merely a tool. There's no limit to it. Only the skill of the craftsman.
You two are still too young. But enough sidetracking. What matters is that... Fuck. What matters is that we met you again in the pursuit of the smuggling ring. That's all.
So what was your relation to Mr. Faraday? You even seem to know Kay fairly well.
I met him when he was a rookie prosecutor. Known him ever since. And Kay, I've known her since the day she was born. Faraday and I were gay lovers. What can I say? We cracked a few cases together. By cases, I mean, you know, a few cases of beer, and, well, you get a few beers in me, I get a little flirty. It's hard to resist the old bad charm.
But you two seem to have made no progress at all in the YATAGARASU case.
Exactly my point. Exactly right.
Did we touch a nerve?
I only have one thing to say to you. No one knew more about the YATAGARASU than me and Faraday. That's why I was called upon to testify in today's court trial.
You know, court and trial, they're kind of the same thing, really. You have a trial in the court, and when you're in court, it's implied you're on a trial, or when you're in a trial, it's implied you're in court. Never mind.
to prove that Rel was not the real Yatagarasu, which I would have done if he hadn't turned around and accused Faraday. After the accusation, I was asked to testify, but this time, to prove or disprove that accusation, but I guess I won't be doing that either.
So there's more to that statement than meets the eye. Perhaps a bit more digging into the Yatagarasu is what's necessary. You claim to know much about the Yatagarasu. Court, trial, chai tea, same thing. It's not chai tea, bro. Chai means tea. You're saying tea. You want some of my milk from my tea, Spider-Man? Sorry, I don't know. Anyways, would you care to share what you know with me?
What you two should be doing is looking for proof right now of murderous intent towards Faraday and Rel.
I agree, which is why I am asking you about the Yatagarasu.
What?
The KG-8 incident and this second KG-8 incident. Both of these cases are tied to the smuggling ring. In both of these cases, the witness who was to testify about the ring was murdered. However, there is one point in which they differ, and that is the presence or absence of the great thief Yatagarasu. Mr. Rel claimed to be the Yatagarasu. However, in the middle of that trial, he suddenly declared Mr. Faraday to be the real Yatagarasu. Then, during the recess, they were both killed. Don't you find that to be the least bit odd?
Miles Edgeworth, stop beating around the bush and just spit it out already!
I believe that there is some reason for that. The two men who were suspected of being the Yatagarasu were both killed at the same time.
A reason, huh?
Yeah, they wanted the Yatagarasu dead? They're like, well, they're both being accused of being the Yatagarasu. How about we just take them out at once? Present day, you're at the theme park? No, actually. The theme park actually brought up a fun little addition at the end. That entire case was actually before the first case when we took down the detective. Oh no, sorry, not the detective. The other prosecutor, the guy with the gold medal, because he appeared at the end of that case. So the plane ride and the theme park were actually before the first case. That was an interesting little plot point. And this was way in the past.
A reason, huh?
In order to catch Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel's cold-blooded killer, I feel that I need to learn as much as I can about the Yatagarasu.
If it'll help you solve this case, then I'll tell you. I'll tell you the reason why we've never caught Yatagarasu.
What was that sudden outburst for? You must maybe whip you by accident.
It's because Mr. Faraday is Yatagarasu. That's why they never got him.
Is this accidentally whipped me? It still accidentally whipped me anyway.
There are three main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. Third, the Yatagarasu does not leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever!
I see. So, those are the Yatagarasu's special traits? Ah, Snake, it's me. Liquid Snake. Liquid Edgeworth.
Sounds like an incredibly elusive thief.
The Yatagarasu has never been caught on tape, never tries to draw anyone's attention, would never do something as lowbrow as commit murder. That's how I knew that Rel wasn't the Yatagarasu right away.
But he had used that sort of logic on its own to prove that he wasn't.
Listen, little girl, I'm not done talking yet.
Gas Snake? It's him right there, man. Pumping us full of gas right now.
What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police.
The sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Cadopian embassy. The YATAGARASU. Plasma snake. The YATAGARASU sent the evidence? Until now, the YATAGARASU would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media. But not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I, and select few others knew about. In that case, how can you be so sure that it was the YATAGARASU who sent it? That's easy. The special card that only the YATAGARASU uses was attached. That's how I can be so sure. What sort of card was it? Here, take a look at this article. It's definitely not Phoenix Wright, as you can see from this picture. See, Phoenix Wright does not have spikes all the way down the back of his head. But that top one does kind of look like his. Anyways, whenever the YATAGARASU wants to publicize something, a white card is sent alongside the stolen information. But when we questioned Rel about what was sent alongside the white card, Rel had no idea what it was. That's how Detective Bad knew that Mr. Wren was a phony. Thank you very much. I have a much better understanding of the YATAGARASU now. Ha! Ha! Yeah! Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes? His Honor would like to transfer the evidence from today's trial over to you. So if you would please head over to the courtroom, it would be much appreciated, sir. Understood, I'll be there shortly. Detective Bad, what does the law mean to you? Not a damn thing. Finding the answer to the question is the only reason I'm still alive. I became a prosecutor to find the answer to that question myself. To play a part in ensuring that all criminals everywhere are found guilty. He looks so weird from this angle.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry, I was drinking my peppers. You know, I don't quite like full sugar peppers anymore. It's not quite as good as Pepsi Max, you know what I'm saying, Edgeworth? You know, what I saw in America, different country than that. They've got these, Pepsi Max cherries. Oh, how I would give my life to have one of those. Oh, I love cherry, but they don't bring anything cool like that here to, America, quote unquote. It's a shame, really. Guess that His Honor is still a bit dispirited over the loss of cherry Pepsi Max. The first time today I experienced what it was like to stand at the witness stand. I now have a greater appreciation for just how hard it is to give testimony.
Well, there's no reason for you to be all depressed about it, Your Honor. As a judge, no one expects you to think about anything other than the verdict.
There's no need to further depress His Honor.
And I'm not trying to, Miles.
Your Honor. Your Honor, I've come to collect the evidence that was, to be transferred to me. Your Honor, now's not the time for your best seal impression.
Your Honor. Oh, you. Yes, can I help you? Sorry, I was still thinking about that. Pepsi Max Cherry. Man. Why don't they bring that over here? Why don't we get that import? I don't get it. We don't get Dr. Pepper either. It's crazy. Barely have any root beer selection. What's the meaning of this? We've got Pepsi and Coke and that's it? Yeah, sure, sometimes there's a raspberry or a vanilla, but no cherry, no. Can't have that. Too flavorful. Eesh.
I'd like to collect the evidence now, please.
Your Honor, I think you can stay focused long enough at least do your job.
Yes, sorry.
I would expect that the defense attorney has yet to arrive.
She's
busy with the investigation. So let's keep this brief, shall we?
Very well. In that case, please confirm that all of the pieces of evidence are present. Furthermore, the evidence that was used in the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell are also included. Please go ahead and use them in your investigation into the case.
Understood, Your Honor. Pieces of evidence that we used in the murder of those two men. This could be a very good chance for me to find new leads regarding that case. Maybe even something that would finally lead me to the truth. This is a long-ass case, goddamn.
I've placed all the evidence over at the prosecutor's bench for you.
I see. Thank you very much. I will go and confirm that they are all accounted for. What about Plasma Snake? Big Boss already made that joke, Laser. I'm sorry. I can see it. 2 messages behind you.
Objection! Sorry, I just wanted to try it once.
So this has to be the evidence related to today's Cadopian embassy trial from Mr. Faraday's bag.
I mean, the bag that was on the table of lobby
I shouldn't have been able to understand what you just said, but somehow I did. Finally, we can take a look at the evidence itself, not just the data about them. Let's be sure to thoroughly examine them while we have the time.
Agreed. I want to take a good look at all the evidence from the embassy on murder, too.
Why's that?
Because I still don't fully understand what today's trial was about.
No. Don't point your crop at me just because you don't know something.
Don't you try to order me around just because Papa chose you today.
I'm still sore about not being picked by Mr. Von Karma. Boss Einstein condensate snake when? You've gone beyond my knowledge now.
It's also real to see the knife up close.
So we have the knife, the gun, the envelope. And what's this organizer doing here?
Oh, that's right. I completely forgot to tell you.
About what, Your Honor?
They found Mr. Faraday's personal organizer inside the evidence bag of his. Detective Bad requested it be passed along to you. He said it would help with the investigation.
Detective Bad said that?
What a strange stroke of luck.
Well, never look a gift horse in the mouth. We might as well flip through it, too. Won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious nook and cranny. Mr. Faraday's organizer, it appears he was in the habit of using it.
Looks like he wrote his strategy for getting Mr. Rell convicted down in here.
Collected the evidence I need to prove that Rell was the killer. Between the handgun Rell had on him when he was arrested and the surveillance tape, I should be able to prove that he was the one. Laser's being fucking cool. I'm sorry, Laser. I'm sorry. Mr. Faraday honestly believed Mr. Rell was the killer in this case. Then that his handgun going off was recorded with superb clarity on surveillance video. I also have evidence that I can use to prove that Rell is not the real YATAGARASU. Would it also appear that he had proof that Mr. Rell was not the YATAGARASU. No matter how he may try to play it, as long as I have the YATAGARASU's key, I can prove he's a phony. If I present it to him in court, it should clear everything up. Soul Snake. And he apparently also had a definitive piece of evidence. Piss Snake. Alright, enough snake talk now. It's been a long battle. I hope that this will finally bring it to an end. So I believe that Mr. Faraday was well prepared to discredit any claim Mr. Rill may have made about the real YATAGARASU.
In a way to prove that Mr. Rill was the guilty party in the embassy murder.
This organizer is a clue straight from Mr. Faraday. I have to take my time to give it a thorough read later.
Look, there's a picture between the pages here.
Appears to be a key.
A rather ornate one at that. Just look at the design on the handle.
Craftsmanship is superb. You know, this is the second time Edgeworth has said craftsmanship in the last, like, 20 minutes, and I think that's the first time he's ever even mentioned craftsmanship ever. Would this be the YATAGARASU's key? Mr. Faraday mentioned in his organizer.
YATAGARASU's key?
Detective Bad said something earlier. What's different this time was that the evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police, and the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Cadopian embassy, the YATAGARASU.
It's because he was the one on trial. Duh. He was gonna get put away. Then he was gonna get killed.
Mr. Faraday must have been trying to keep the secret key safe. As the prosecutor on both the YATAGARASU and smuggling ring cases, that's to be expected. This gun was originally used to kill the Cadopian staff member. When the crime was reported, the responding police found Mr. Rail still holding it, which led to his immediate Then, this gun took the original shooter's life. Oh, that's Francesca. Sorry.
And then this gun took the original shooter's life. How ironic.
Indeed. There doesn't seem to be anything else we can learn from this piece of evidence. It's the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday.
Who would have thought that it would be such a beautiful piece of art? Could be used for such a cruel act.
Has it ever crossed your mind that you use a writing crumb for the wrong purpose? That's odd.
What is it?
Oh my god!
Look at the handle of the knife, you guys. Look at the handle of the knife. That's the key. Look what I found, Mr. Wright. A key!
It certainly is odd. The weapon that was used to kill the Cadopian embassy staff member was a gun. But if that's the case, then where did the knife that was used in this murder to Mr. Faraday come from?
Isn't it obvious? It was brought into the courthouse by Mr. Rell.
Coincidence, surely.
That's the only logical conclusion, right?
No, because it's not that easy to smuggle a weapon like that in here. Every person who enters the courthouse doors is checked thoroughly for contraband. Furthermore, the suspect was handcuffed, making it impossible for him to bring a knife as large as this one inside.
In that case, how do you suppose this knife ended up in the courthouse?
There's nothing related to the knife written anywhere in Mr. Faraday's organizer. However, it is a fact that this knife came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. Conversely, there is one item listed in Mr. Faraday's organizer that no one has claimed to have seen today. Wow, so that wasn't even like a cool brain moment for me. That was just like, yep, instantly smack you in the face. Now that's the key. There you go, buddy. I'm not ahead of him. But I need to take another good look at the evidence.
Edgeworth, can I take the fact that you have yet to answer me to mean that you don't have an answer for me?
Actually, I do have the answer, Francesca.
But what? Then what is it?
One of the pieces of evidence we've been holding has been hiding a secret of its own. It was through this piece of evidence that the knife was brought into the courthouse.
Take that!
2 nanoseconds ahead. Yep. Just barely smart. Wait. This is how the knife was brought into the courthouse.
You're not making any sense, Miles Edgeworth.
You just need to look a bit closer, Francesca, to see what I mean. Does the color and orientation of the key's handle remind you of anything? They do remind me of the knife. Very good. Both the Yatagarasu's key in this photo and the murderous knife have this very unique design on their handles. And you didn't even have any logic to put behind it. You just said it because I liked her. You just were upset that I liked a woman that wasn't big and voluptuous. Furthermore, even though Mr. Faraday mentions the Yatagarasu's key, the only object we found at the crime scene was the knife.
You don't seriously mean to say...
Is that you finally caught up?
And yes,
I do mean to say that the two pieces are, in fact, one and the same.
but that's impossible.
Even if that is what you believe, well, you should still investigate the possibility. You made an educated guess. Uh-huh. Fucking Deadpool Wolverine-ass logic over here. Now then, let us examine the knife in a little more detail. Got him.
I can't believe it turned into a key. To think there was such a trick hidden within this thing. So the weapon...
Yeah. So the weapon used to kill Mr. Faraday is actually the key to the Yatagarasu store. This information is more critical than anything we've learned up until now. Frankly, I'm shocked. Mr. Faraday only mentioned the key aspect of this piece of evidence in his organizer. It's possible that he even had no idea that the key was hiding a knife blade inside.
But if that's true, then only someone who knew about the key to the key to knife trick
Why is that such a tricky sentence?
could have killed Mr. Faraday.
Even among law enforcement, this key was top secret. We're looking for someone who knew even more about the key than even Mr. Faraday. Meaning that the only person it could be is the one who sent the key in the first place. The great thief Yatagarasu.
But that is him, though. That is him. They don't know. They didn't put it together yet. Well, we have the information of the future where we know that K is second Yatagarasu, so, I mean, you know.
And maybe Mr. Rel really was the Yatagarasu? And he was the one who killed Mr. Faraday? Isn't that one possible scenario?
No, not really. Especially since Mr. Faraday was absolutely convinced that Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu. Besides, as Detective Bad said earlier. But when we questioned Rel about who sent it along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was.
See, alright then. I guess the person who knows the trick behind this key is someone else. And that person's the real Yatagarasu.
Seems that this key is truly the key to solving this whole case. Yabba-ba-ba-ba. Took a quick look through these documents before the trial started.
I wasn't even afforded the opportunity to skim it.
Suppose I should explain it to you then?
Yes, you should. Perfectly and in its entirety, if you please.
On the night of September 8th, an embassy staff member was killed in front of the embassy. The staff member died of shock due to being shot in the heart. Mac Rennell was brought in that night as a suspect and thoroughly questioned. By the way, if you guys forgot, that man's name is Died. He died, man. He is Died Man. Man, he died. Because the murder weapon was found on him, for which he was arrested on the spot.
The simpleton of that man. That's what he was.
Perhaps he was, but the weapon wasn't the only incriminating evidence we had. Mr. Rell was caught in the act on film by a security camera. He was
even bigger simpleton than I thought. Can't believe you didn't notice a security camera.
The Canadian Embassy's security system is supposedly very well designed. We have simply not been aware that there was even a camera in the area.
So, have you seen the contents of the video for yourself?
Yes, the surveillance video the security camera took was played during the trial by Mr. Faraday. You can clearly identify Mr. Rell on it, even the sound of the gunshot was crystal clear.
So the footage included sound, I don't think I'd ever want to see the moment of someone's death in real life.
Me neither. Sorry, Edgeworth. That's odd. We showed one piece of evidence. And that piece that's missing is the surveillance video that was played in court.
The surveillance video? How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go?
Video showing the moment in which Mr. Rell committed the murder. Where could it have gone, indeed?
Are you done over there? I finished with my Pepsi. Oh, wait. No, I'm not. There's still a little bit left. Man, I wish this was cherry flavored and also had no sugar in it. Are you done with your inspection of the evidence?
Yes, I'm finished. However, Your Honor, I'm missing a single piece of prosecutorial evidence.
Your Honor, were you derelict in your duties?
What? No, I dare not lick my duties. What kind of a freak do you take me for? I mean, I am a freak. You know what I'm saying, but I'm not a freak.
No, Your Honor, the most important piece of evidence in today's trial, the surveillance video, is not amongst the evidence you laid out for me. I brought Mr. Faraday's old bag with me from the crime scene.
Maybe the tape is still somewhere at the crime scene?
There's something wrong here. Something about this missing piece of evidence. It would appear that for me to find the answers I seek, I will have to pay another visit to the crime scene, defendant lobby number 2. Half-naked guy. Concept art, half-naked man. Either Interpol man. Wolverine's here. That's Detective Bad. But who is he with?
I've never seen that officer before.
So, did you find it? Now I have looked everywhere. I see. Well then, please continue with the search.
Understood, I'll continue the search. Huh, so you're the one running this show. Prosecutors like you shouldn't be allowed at crime scenes. How dare you? Just who do you think you are? Well. You know, it is very curious that Edgeworth forgot all of this. And he had to be reminded that he even knew of Kay from before the fucking Carnival. I'm starting to think something might happen to Edgeworth, actually. What was that all about? Who was that man just now?
Whoever he was, I've never seen a more impudent officer in my life.
He better hit his head at the end of this, or I'm gonna do it for him. Sock him to him. Does he even know that we're standing right behind him?
I know you're standing right behind me. What do you want, kids?
Looks like you were paying attention after all.
Of course I was. I have eyes in the back of my head. You want to see?
He lifts back of his head. There are two very human eyes.
Told ya.
That mirror isn't for vanity's sake. So I'm to keep an eye out on who or what is behind him at all times. So tell me, Detective Bad, who was that rude man just now?
That guy came here from the Republic of Zhengfa to study his agent. He's Agent Lang. He's trying everything he can to revive the lost honor of his family. He's traveling the world to study different philosophies of detainment from scratch.
By visiting various police departments around the world, he has a lot of dedication.
He's still just a rookie cop, but I sense a strong grudge of some sort from him. The guy's more useful than Gumshoe, even if he is rude.
Well, he sure has a lot of guts to come to this country and give prosecutors a hard time.
I agree. However, I can think of one young lady that statement also applies to. Anyway, what was that agent looking for, Detective Bad?
Earlier, that little girl was poking around the lobby number 1 as well.
Like I said before, I got nothing to do with the two of you.
I highly doubt that. It has nothing to do with me. Also, I know a little man by the name of Otacon.
It's true, Snake. I do know Edgeworth. I can vouch for him. Otacon, nobody asked you. Shut up. Get back to doing laundry.
Sorry, Snake. Fine, if this is the game I must play, then I will take the opportunity to draw out what he's been hiding and what happened in this room straight from him. Earlier, you were in lobby number 1. Now you're here in lobby number 2. You're quite the busy man, Detective Bad.
Multiple returns to a crime scene brings out success. That's what we detectives say.
I see. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I asked you what happened again, correct?
I don't have anything left to say to you, boy.
Boy, you'll see. I will draw my answer from you, one way or another.
Yeah, I take offense to that, because me and Edgeworth are the same age in this timeline. Not really, because this is in the past. But still, at this current point in time, we're the same age, so yeah.
Would it kill you to help us even a tiny bit in our investigation?
I gave Faraday's notebook to the judge earlier. That's help enough, don't you think?
Yeah.
Please, we are asking just for a bit more of your cooperation.
Don't push me, kid.
I'd like to ask again about what happened around here at the time of the crime.
I refuse to answer. Any more investigating you do would be a waste of time. Besides, how am I supposed to answer questions about things I don't know about?
You don't know about? But aren't you supposed to know everything?
You should. Wait, is it possible? Maybe he doesn't know about the trick behind that piece of evidence. I should try showing it to him. It may prove to be the key to getting some answers from Detective Bad. Show him the knife. Detective Bad, did you know of the existence of this item in the photograph?
Of course I did. It's my job to know everything related to the YATAGARASU case.
In that case, let me ask you something. Did you know that the knife that killed Mr. Faraday and the YATAGARASU's key are one and the same?
What? That's impossible!
Looks like he didn't know after all. This piece of evidence, which we call the YATAGARASU's key, is actually a well-camouflaged knife. Mr. Faraday was planning to use this YATAGARASU's key to prove that Mr. Rel was not the real YATAGARASU. Isn't that correct?
I guess so.
However, Mr. Faraday had no idea that it was in fact a knife.
Yeah, I have to admit, neither one of us knew that fact. If neither of us knew, then no one in law enforcement knew either. How do we miss something as big as this?
Well, I noticed that since a little while ago, you appear to be searching for something. I presume that this key is what you are searching for?
Yeah, that's right.
Why were you searching for it?
Because I promised Faraday. I promised that I'd protect that key with my life. But after he was killed, the key disappeared from Faraday's evidence bag. Who would have thought that the key is what took Faraday's life?
Detective Bat, so that we may find the truth, please, testify for me once more.
All right.
But it doesn't matter how many times I tell you what happened. Nothing will change. Detective Bad, I ask that you please specify once more about what happened in lobby number 2 and what you experienced in lobby number 1. My answer is still the same. And this is the last time I'm gonna do this. That's fine, because I only need this one last time to clear everything up. Find the truth behind this case. Okay, I don't think it's Bad. I think Bad was too close to Faraday to do anything like this. He seems very genuine. And he's got a rapport with his daughter, so I think it's probably not him. Which leaves Little Miss fucking you. Ugh. Damn it. I'm still not. It could be Manny still. I was in lobby number 1, talking with you. Me? No, not you.
Me?
No, not you either. God. You, the character you've been talking to this whole time.
Are you perhaps referring to the player?
No, not that imbecile. I was in lobby number 1, talking with you. Y-E-W. Don't know why that was so hard for me to say in the snake voice. I was about to have an eyes moment. Yes, we were talking about some trivial things. I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. When I heard it, you and I immediately dashed out of the hallway together. Saw Gumshoe goofing around there, and then we all ran into lobby number 2.
That's the exact same story he told us before. But you was not there, was she? Indeed, however, I feel that we may have yet to draw all the information out that we can. You wasn't there when we arrived, right? I don't think so.
Hold it!
And why'd the two of you dash out into the hallway straight away?
Because we clearly heard the sound of a gunshot, and we knew it came from somewhere nearby.
How'd you know that it was a gunshot?
In my line of work, you hear enough of them to know.
Suppose it's only natural for a detective to know what a real gunshot sounds like.
But given the circumstances, the only person I could think of whose life would have been in danger was Faraday. That's why I ran out of the hallway right away and headed for where he was.
Hold it!
Detective Gumshoe was there in the hallway.
Yeah.
Why didn't you attest to that earlier?
When I saw Gumshoe, it was after I'd heard the gunshot. Having seen him then didn't change the fact that he still could have done the deed.
This is exactly like what Detective Bad told us before. However, is there something particular we should be asking the detective about? This might be. No one knew that the knife is actually the YATAGARASU's key. Reflecting on that, perhaps there are other things that we know now, but Detective Bad doesn't yet. What else do we know?
Hold it!
Why'd Miss Yu choose lobby number 1? Answer me.
Who knows? She just said that she had something she wanted to talk to me about. We walked into lobby number 1 together, that's all.
This remains the same as before.
Hold it!
I was hoping you could expand on what exactly you were discussing with Miss Yu.
Trivial stuff. It was nothing important.
That's for me to decide. Alright, I suppose that's for him to decide. Moving on then.
Hold it!
Till you heard the gunshot, did you notice anything else that was out of the ordinary?
They didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot.
Well, if he was here with Miss Yu the whole time, then how could it be you? You know? You know?
And apparently Manny was in his seat the whole time. Okay, somebody's lying. Who was it? It would give the other piece of evidence an entirely different meaning. I ask that you please amend your testimony with that statement just now. Sure. Yeah, there was a balloon popping? Is that what he's referring to? Well, actually, I guess if the judge heard it across the way, they should have been able to hear it in the other lobby. Right? It was the balloon. Detective Bat, does this balloon fragment remind you of anything? It's the same color as the one Kay was holding.
Who knew about the girl's balloon?
Yeah, I was sitting with her up in the gallery. During the recess, just before we split up, I filled that balloon up for her. As you may already surmise, this piece did indeed come from Kay's balloon. So, what about the balloon? One of you might remember hearing this balloon pop at some point. What are you getting at? This fragment was found in the hallway right in front of lobby number 2. Furthermore, it was the sound of this balloon popping that the judge mistook as a gunshot. Oh, so the sound that the judge heard was not actually a gunshot, huh?
On top of that, His Honor said that he had heard the balloon pop about 20 minutes before the trial was to reconvene.
Yes, which means that His Honor heard the balloon pop in the hallway. When you were in lobby number 1, Detective Bad. If you were in lobby number 1 at that time, you were close enough that you should have been able to hear the balloon popping as well. So? But don't give me a so.
We just proved that there's a flaw in your testimony.
The crackling of truth is louder than the sound of your sweet naivete cracking. And since you kids don't seem to know, let me fill you in on something. Do you ever stop to think why the doors and walls in this place seem so rugged? That's because they were designed to keep secrets from being leaked.
What's that supposed to mean?
The doors and walls are super thick. The window panes are double layered. To top it all off, even the curtains are made of a special sound-absorbent material. Then you mean... Since I was shut up inside lobby number 1, there was no way I could have heard that sound.
No!
Ugh. I knew that's exactly what he was going to say. I guess the window to the bathroom was open, so...
I mean, Scruff-Face's testimony is completely useless. If the rooms are soundproof, then of course he wouldn't hear any sign of a struggle.
Well, a gunshot's way louder than a balloon popping. I'm sure you'd be able to hear a gunshot through these walls, even if they are like double thicked up on a Tuesday afternoon or whatever. Ugh. That's why it's only natural. And I didn't hear the balloon popping. Now do you get it, kids?
Miles, I thought we were supposed to be the ones finding flaws in his logic.
That is true. It was clear.
Not the other way around.
The other way around. It's not possible to hear the sound of a balloon popping if one were in lobby number 1. However, if we examine the situation in reverse, the person standing in the hallway should not be able to hear the real gunshot either. Yet Detective Gumshoe claims to have heard it while he was standing in the hallway.
It's because the gunshot came from outside! You guys, it wasn't even in there! It came from outside! It came from outside the building!
Detective Matt, if that's the case, how exactly did you hear the gunshot? What do you mean, how? I just did. It would appear that you have yet to realize the contradiction in your own words. Oh, how so? If the rooms are as soundproof as you say, And how do you hear the sound of a gunshot into your ears? Ah, I see what you mean. I guess I'm more out of it from Faraday's murder than I thought.
Which means what exactly, Miles? In the end, what does it boil down to?
It boils down to this. There must be a reason as to how Detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard a gunshot. They theoretically couldn't have. Yeah, we said it from the beginning. It came from outside. The window's open. There's bars. There's enough fucking room for a bullet to come through. There's no gunpowder burns. We knew it from the start. Which means the killer came from outside the building. And there's a window open in the main hall where Gumshoe was, and Detective Bad opened a window in lobby number 1.
Looks like we need to examine the state of the crime scene again.
State of the crime scene. Wait, can it be? It's that ultra-strong perfume you wears. She spilled some of it. Ugh! You're way too noisy. Ah.
Surveillance video? How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go?
Oh my god, it is you. It's you! It's gotta be you. It's you! You did it, Laser. I know it was you. It's simply not possible for the killer to have escaped through barred windows. And yet the fragrance of the perfume managed to escape from defendant lobby number 1. Of course, corporeal things can move freely through these open barred windows. Very loud television. Open windows. Sound could have went out. Yeah. Now then, what else besides a smell can go through both in and out of an open barred window? The answer is sound. So no matter how careful the killer was, if the windows were open, the chick would be up. Since the windows in both the defendant lobby number 1 and hallway were open, that explains how the sound of the gunshot could be heard in both locations. Bum 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 bum. These two? So the gunshot could be heard. But where did it originate from? I don't see how that correlates. There's a video. That shows the moment of the...
Oh my god.
Oh my god! That wasn't a gunshot at all! It was on the video! The evidence was right there! It was a real gunshot! It was the gunshot from the video that they heard! And it was on the TV and they turned up real loud so that everybody could hear it! They were already dead! It could have easily been anybody now. Quite an impression on me when it was played during the trial. The video should have been returned to Mr. Faraday's evidence bag for the recess, brought back here. It disappeared after that time. It's possible that the tape is still here in this room. Eureka! The evidence that the missing evidence created for me. It's the gunshot that no one should have been able to hear in the first place. Mars, what have you been thinking about?
Stop wasting time thinking and let's start looking again.
It's not a waste of time to think. And I've figured out where we should look.
And where should that be?
I believe we should examine the television. The TV? Well, you kids have fun. Go ahead and examine whatever you like. It's in the VCR. Don't know why there's a VCR. It's like 2010 in the game years. I don't know why there's a VCR. It should be in the attic, but oh well, here we go. It's a video player, and there seems to be a videotape inside. Looks like it. The tape must have stopped on its own when it reached the end. This tape. Could that be the missing surveillance tape? You had a VCR in 2010? Well, I'd like to call you old, but I know for a fact you're younger than me, so, your family's old. Got him. I've never had a VCR. I don't even think I've ever even seen one. From a young age, we always had DVDs. I suppose, but... Detective Ben, would it be alright with you if I verified the contents of this video?
Sure, knock yourself out.
Let's rewind and see what we have. I remember correctly. The footage of Rel killing the embassy staff member should be about the 30-minute mark from the start of the tape. Understood. A lot of family memories. Okay, fine. I was thinking more as in contents of movies. But even then, I think we were digital. This is the footage of Mr. Rel shooting the embassy staff member. I knew it. The missing piece of evidence. The surveillance video was here all along. This sound. What's the meaning of this? Is that Detective Bad has figured out the true source of the gunshot he heard. With this, I think we can finally figure out the trick behind this double murder. You mean that you figured it all out, then? Yes. All I have to do now is show what the gunshot Detective Bad and Gumshoe heard was, and through where they heard it from. But in that case, show me what you've deduced. So, they heard the video through here. This piece of evidence will clear away the last remaining contradiction in this case. Thus, I believe that piece may actually be proof of a different last of sorts. Proof that today will be your last day as a prosecutor. What? Oh, do I have to... The reason I picked the TV is because it was up really loud. And I thought that would make more sense than picking the VCR. But okay, I'll pick the VCR then. Eureka! Eureka! Okay, what the fuck? Kill yourself? I don't know. The speakers specifically? Can I pick? No, you can't even pick the speakers. Gonna show what the detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard was, and through where they heard it from. Why? Window. Alright, fine. I thought we were gonna do it one at a time, but I guess we're gonna do it together. Fair enough. I guess what would have I deduced the window with if not the tape? Fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's cool. I misunderstood the assignment. Where's my tissues? I'm about to sneeze. Ugh, gross. Okay. How long is left of this case? Do you know, Big Boss? Does anybody know? This case is getting real long, but I feel like we're near the end. We've spent 4 hours on this, and this is, I think, the second stream on this case. So... I feel like we're just about there. The logic's coming through. Pure logic. It's definitely been the longest one. A bit more. Okay. The door and the windows to the crime scene, namely the room we're in, were closed. Yeah, true. I'm still gonna argue with the killer. The killer could have used the gun and no one would have been the wiser. That's true. This courthouse does seem to be well designed for such a thing, as well. However, what happened in reality was, Detective Gumshoe, Detective Bad, and Miss Yu, all three of them heard the gunshot. Well, the windows in lobby 1 and 2 and the hallways were open, so naturally the people in those locations could hear it. But then, how would the criminal open the window in the first place? To allow the gunshot to be heard, I suppose. Correct. That's the only logical conclusion we can draw away from this. But why was that necessary in the first place? I want a real answer, Miles. I demand satisfaction! This is probably what she says in the future to her future boyfriends. I demand satisfaction now! Would somebody please kill that man? Laser preferably you, since you can probably see the automod message. Nobody else can.
Kill him! Off with his testicles!
Well, I believe that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of a certain fact. Wait, can you see that message, Laser, or can you not? If you can, I'll just deny it. I mean, I can. I don't know. You're not using mod view? Okay, let me deny it then. Okay, that's like the exact same message so many bots do. And Twitch doesn't, like, automatically kill them. You're on your phone? Okay. What was it the killer wanted to manipulate the perception of? When the crime took place? Murder weapon. Kind of both of these? The killer wanted to fabricate the time of death to their precise wishes, and they used the gunshot in the surveillance video to do so. So that's why the tape was left running. You mean, the gunshot I heard was from this video? Yes, which means that was that the murders really occurred at an earlier time than we thought. Must have been during recess, but before Detective Gumshoe was on duty. Someone who has no alibi for that time period. And planned this crime out in advance. That person's the real killer. I love that sound. Mr. Edgeworth, conveniently the killer has wanted your, attention. He's in the, room with the things. What? The room with the... That describes every room in this place. What are you talking about? You know, the room with the gavel and the... where I sit for my job. The courtroom? Yeah, that's the one. Yes, what is it? Miss Yu's asking for you. She's in the courtroom. Oh, that it, I guess. Alright, pretend that was real. She's identified the murderer, but that she wants to clarify something. It would appear that the time has come to uncover the truth. September 10th, 6:15 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Oh, we're gonna have a classic Ace Attorney thing? On either side. Oh, Kay's here. Hold on, I got ice in my mouth. Kay, what are you doing here?
Oh, hi, mister. I'm still investigating.
But the object you're looking for is already... Kay, don't mind him. Please continue with your investigation.
Okay, you got it.
Detective Bad, haven't we already found what you were looking for? If it means I can keep her in the dark just a little longer, any task will do.
Oh, you're more sympathetic than I thought.
Huh. Shut your fucking yaps.
I've been waiting for you, Edgeworth.
I've also been waiting for the moment in which we can finally lay... the case to rest, of course. Yes.
The moment in which we can finally lay with you. Wasn't that when we placed Detective Gumshoe under arrest? I think we've solved this case already, don't you? We see, it all depends on whether or not your logic holds. Oh, I see we even have a viewer in the gallery, and why even Mr. Bad is here. A viewer in the gallery? I'm hardly just a bystander.
And I have a duty to see this case through to the end, no matter how it turns out.
Oh, is that right? Anyway, I thought you might like to hear what I've slaved away to find out. I've taken statements on every single person's movements. During the time when our suspect was in the hallway, I also confirmed that there was no possible route for escape from lobby number 2. Therefore, the killer must be, without a doubt, Detective Gumshoe.
That's all you have?
Yep, that's all there is to my conclusion, and this case.
Sorry, but I beg to differ. In a trial, there's always time for a rebuttal. And we are standing in a court of law. Here we go! Classic Ace Attorney! Ah, crack the old knuckles. Crack the neck. Bit out of whack with the old courtroom. Been a little while. Be more appropriate to follow the rules of the court in this case, don't you think?
Absolutely like a rookie to say such a thing.
But alright, I'll play along. If my logic is correct, then I've already won. All I have to do is prove it by showing who the real killer is. Oh, it is you. Why? Does it have to be you? Ew!
Everyone, sans the suspect.
Hold on. All right. Let me just, Oops. Wait, I want it to be... Oh my god. Blending... Lighten? Nope. Okay. I hate the blending mode thing. Oh, that's not it. Oh. Dark Sands. Add? Okay, can I just not get a good one? The joke is ruined. You can't even see him. Well, you can kind of see his jacket. Sans jacket. I went to grab a PNG of Sans. I couldn't find one, so I made one. But then it cut his skin out. So it was just his face. And then I tried to make him see-through. Oh well. The joke was, she said Sans the suspect. I was gonna put Sans on the screen and like play a sound effect or something. Never mind.
Has an alibi for when the gun went off. Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated, right? I also confirmed that there was no possible escape route from lobby number 2, which leaves us with one unshakable conclusion, that Detective Gumshoe is the killer. Now that you have your testimony, I expect a good rebuttal, Edgeworth.
But of course. There's no need to confront her logic head-on right now. I should instead focus on drawing out any trump cards she has up her sleeve. Sans the suspect! What do you mean by that? Sans? But what of Papyrus? I thought Detective Gumshoe's alibi was already proven.
Are you joking, Edgeworth?
I assure you, this is no joke.
Look, I know you heard from the judge earlier that the detective was in the hallway with Mr. Faraday's daughter eating a Swiss roll.
Yes, that's correct.
You see, that was 20 minutes before the real gunshot went off, right? And the problem is, there's no one else who could corroborate what he did since the snacking.
See, she's done her research well, which means I should focus on drawing out whichever trump card she's withholding.
Hold it!
Whether they have been thoroughly investigated or not is for me to decide.
The scrunched eyebrows lies on your forehead or back.
Anyway, even if you believe it hasn't been exhaustive,
The crime scene lobby number 2
has no way out other than the hallway Detective Gumshoe was standing in.
and because he claimed to be there, that makes him the only possible suspect.
Yeah. So we gotta bring up... Yeah. There was a scrap of evidence to suggest someone used one of the windows. There also weren't any footprints or anything in the courtyard garden. Do you want me to, like, the tape here to prove that the crime happened much earlier?
Objection!
No. Oh, I miss the save states of the regular Ace Attorney games. Those were so fast and instant. So I did press that one? Why are you so certain?
This is a courthouse, the place where criminals are brought to be judged. If there was an escape route, I'm sure every criminal would use it to escape. It's just common sense. Master Edgeworth, I suggest you use a bit more of it in the future.
Hold it!
You may think it's unshakable, but to me, there are still too many unanswered questions. For example, who was it that placed the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand?
You're the only one who's still wondering that. Detective Gumshoe probably had no idea which hand Mr. Faraday used to write with.
Even if you know someone doesn't mean you'll know which hand they write with, right?
I mean, I certainly don't care about that sort of thing.
I'm not sure about I'm not about to let her get a rise out of me with such a flippant statement. I suppose we've really reached the end now. I already have my trump card ready. All that remains is to play it. Before I do, I think I should inquire into a little something about her argument. You said earlier that you confirmed the alibis of every person other than the suspect. However, I don't recall either Francesco or myself speaking with you about the subject.
Ah, but there were witnesses. For you, there's your mentor, who gave you an alibi.
I see.
As for little Missy, she came into the courthouse during the recess. It was stopped by a security guard at the door into the hallway. She gave him quite a whipping for that, or so I heard. I'm the daughter of Manfred von Karma. I will not be forcibly stopped by a guard or a bailiff or anyone else.
Right, so basically the only reason Francesca bothered up to basically the only reason Francesca bothered to show up today was because she found out that I was to be the replacement prosecutor? By the way, Miss Yu, what about everyone's alibis about, before Detective Gumshoe was assigned to guard duty? What about them? Have you looked into what people were doing during that span of time? What kind of idiot do you take me for? It didn't matter when the killer went into lobby number 2. From the time we heard the gunshot, to the time Mr. Ben and I arrived on the scene as we dashed from lobby number 1. The only person who could have committed the crime was Detective Gumshoe. Yes, but let's talk about when you and Detective Bad heard that gunshot, shall we? I suppose that if we go by your logic, the Detective Gumshoe is the only one. However, what if the crime had occurred at an entirely different time than when the gunshot you heard went off? What then? That gunshot was a trap.
Objection!
Sadly, your explanation is lacking, Edgeworth. The gunshot we heard in lobby number 1. Care to explain how that could have been fabricated? Oh, easily.
Take that!
Recognize this? That tape? Yes, it's exactly what you think it is. This is the surveillance tape that Mr. Rell, the prosecution, presented in today's trial. This was found labeled with the video player in the lobby number 2. It was connected to the large television that had its volume turned all the way up. Can't honestly mean the sound we heard was a gunshot from the video. But I do. Which leads me to my next point. The murders occurred much earlier than when anyone heard the gunshot. That's the only thing I can think of, too. After committing double homicide, the killer took the surveillance video out from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag, turned the television's volume all the way up, and let the video play. If played from the beginning, it would take 30 minutes for the gunshot sound to come on. And since we now know that this method of time manipulation is possible, it opens up the possibility that the killer is someone other than Detective Gumshoe.
Objection!
Sounds from a television doesn't amount to much here. But of course, Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth and little Miss Von Karma already knew that much from the very beginning, right?
Of course we knew. Didn't we, Miles?
No, yes, of course. We know about the soundproof quality of this courthouse's rooms. Of course, I'm proud to admit we had no idea until only a little while ago.
That's right. If the rooms are soundproof, then we should not have been able to hear it. Yet we heard the gunshot clear as day.
And
that's it. End of story.
oh, but it's not! You impudent fool! Don't you know Edgeworth always sniffs out the murderer? Even if it means sniffing some impertinent places. How should I explain why she was able to hear the gunshot from a soundproof room? A hole in a wall. The window was open! There's actually one common point between lobby number 1 and lobby number 2. And the hallway. Don't forget the hallway, Edgeworth. Gotta factor in Gumshoe, too. And it is that despite the fact that both rooms have air conditioners installed, a window was open in each. Now we know that the window in lobby number 2 was opened by the killer. However, a window in lobby number 1 was also opened.
Objection!
It's probably just coincidence that they were open at the same time. No mere coincidence, I assure you. Ah, she spilt her fucking perfume so they would open the window. The real killer in this double murder is... Oh, it's Francesca! It's you.
Take that!
Miss Callisto, you. I hereby formally indict you of the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell.
What? You indict me? Are you serious, Miles? Why do you think she's the killer?
I don't understand her motive just yet, but of course I'm serious. Because she is the only one who could have done it. Well, Miss Yu, do you still feel the need to laugh now?
Of course I do, Miles Edgeworth!
That was clearly a fake, disgruntled laugh. Argument must not be tight enough yet.
Though I never thought things would spiral into this. but I'll have you know I'm enjoying this dance quite a bit. I guess this means it's time for my rebuttal now, right?
Miss Yu's rebuttal.
You argue that the window was open. However, do you have proof that it was I who did that?
Yeah. Objection! Objection! I have your perfume bottle right here. Objection! I got it right here.
Furthermore, do you have proof that the videotape was used in committing the crime? Frankly, I'm shocked at you for going around accusing people of murder like this. Especially with logic as full of holes as yours. And as full of holes as Mr. Faraday. And Mac, for that matter. Both of them had holes. Ha! It's almost funny.
This is where it really starts. I mustn't let my guard down even for a second, or the truth will blow away. It's time to put that patented Von Karma perfect proof to the test. Perfect. Perfect! Perfect! Yes, I do, actually. Maybe I'll press it first.
Hold it!
Evidence? All I'd need to do is have some prints analyzed and we'd know straight away.
Be my guest.
Sounds as though she has the room to maneuver, which means even if we were able to lift prints, they'd only show that it was someone else. But why that someone else was forced to open the window? That's simple logic. Why don't I try presenting that piece of evidence? I have nothing to lose.
Objection!
I'm sure you've seen this before, haven't you, Miss Yu?
Yeah, Edgeworth, I never knew you were into wearing that kind of perfume.
It's not exactly what I'd recommend for boys, you know? But this isn't mine.
That's right, it's mine, and I received it from Detective Bad, you see?
Miss Yu, you can pretend all you like, but we know at least this much is for sure. That you're the one who gave this bottle of perfume to Detective Bad.
And that you're super easy to rile up. So what about the perfume?
Well, you were in lobby number 1. You made a big show of spilling some of this perfume. That's according to Detective Bad.
Oh, I know.
Also, if you knew that you had spilled it, he would naturally move to open a window.
Objection!
Come now, I've already told you that's all just a big coincidence. After we opened the window in lobby number 1, I just felt it... we just left it open, you know? So maybe it was just dumb luck that we heard the gunshot through the window.
Objection!
The timing of when you were going to spill the perfume is something you could control. And the most important fact about this case is when people were made to hear the gunshot. Furthermore, it would have been pointless if you didn't have an alibi for yourself at that time. You mean? Miss Yu, you were the one who called Detective Bad into lobby number 1. When you saw him bring Detective Gumshoe into the hallway. Is that correct? All of today's premeditated events could have easily been thought up by you, Miss Yu.
I didn't fuck up my makeup. Fuck you! You accuse me of murder on the fact that I spilled a little perfume? Well, allow me to say this much. I couldn't have killed Mr. Faraday.
Would you care to testify as to why?
Look, I've had a lot of fun today, really. But I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all.
She's trying to get away.
She's on the run! You can't put up that false persona.
Because I, Miss Yu, am a persona user. Come to me! Phoenix Wright!
Why couldn't it be me? Giving someone over a spilled bottle of perfume is a bit over the top. But I suppose forgery of evidence is to be expected of a disciple of Von Karma.
Disciple?
In any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I didn't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from.
course, her testimony is flawless. Yes, but no matter what sort of tricks she may try to pull, she won't escape me. If I'm lacking in information, I'll just have to draw it out of her. I think a Persona Ace Attorney crossover would actually work really well. Like, I know we joke about Ace Attorney crossovers a lot during these streams, but I think Persona would work really well.
Like, Mr. Layton or whatever. I don't really know much about him, so I don't know how well that
Crossover works. But I feel like Persona would work pretty well, especially 5, since that does revolve around getting incarcerated in police and stuff. I guess 4 kind of as well. At least 4 is, you know, being detectives. Accusing someone of murder over a spilled bottle of perfume's a bit over the top.
Hold it!
Who's a better thief, Master Mask or the Phantom Thieves? Well, better thieves. I want to say the Thieves of Heart, obviously, but I wouldn't know how to argue that point, because they steal hearts, so it's not really like they more work kind of like Yatagarasu does actually, the Phantom Thieves, because the Phantom Thieves are there to expose the evils and the corruptness. That's what Yatagarasu is also doing. Master Mask is just a funny little guy who got caught up in a murder case. He's just a funny little guy. He doesn't even know what he's doing. He's just a little goofy guy. A little cinnamon bun hair. He didn't even get prison for stealing things. He just got away with it completely. This way she'll inevitably escape. But if she really was the one who killed Mr. Faraday, she must have known about the existence of the knife. What are you going to wear? However, the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday was taken from his evidence bag. Miles, what do you think you're doing? I'm drawing the truth out of her. That's what I'm doing. Huh? I don't recall a knife being presented at the trial earlier today. Well, I suppose that's because the evidence was something Mr. Faraday had yet to use. That's what you're trying to do. Look, why did you get yourself... Cut it out with the lies. I've already figured you out. There's no knife inside Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. The only evidence he had yet to present was the key that Yatagarasu had sent. Unless the key may come magically to reveal life, you don't really have a leg to stand on. Boy, do I have the magic trick for you. You really think you can try me? Come on now, be honest. I never intended to do such a thing. It was all a misunderstanding on my part. In any case, I wonder if you might append what you just said to your testimony? Sure, why not? I'll even say it as many times as you'd like.
Objection!
Miss you, I wonder if you might take a look at this photo for me. This is a picture of the key that Yatagarasu sent to the police. However, while it may look like a key at first glance, it in fact has the secret ability to transform into a knife. Which means that what was inside Mr. Faraday's bag was both the Yatagarasu's key and the murderous knife. You knew that the key was inside Mr. Faraday's bag, did you not? Yes. Well, with the Yatagarasu's key alone, it's more than possible to kill Mr. Faraday. Go! You understand now? Just knowing the existence of the Yatagarasu's key... Hold on. Let her finish her makeup real quick. I still haven't had a good look at it. Showing it to me from that far away, you could be lying for all I know. You would, even now, still feign ignorance. I'm not feigning anything. But we can't have you accusing me of a crime with false evidence now, can we? Hey, Mr. Von Karma, I've heard some very interesting rumors about him.
Are you mocking my papa?
Don't you dare sully the good name of my mentor. Now take a good look at this. This piece of evidence is more than real.
Well, who knew there was such a trick to that thing?
Are you satisfied now? But of course, you knew that from the very beginning, didn't you? You know that the knife and the Yatagarasu's key are one and the same. Otherwise, someone like you, who isn't a member of the law enforcement, and who would never have been privy to this trick, would never have known about it to begin with. Furthermore, there's something that the Yatagarasu sent to the police. How did you have knowledge about what it was? Actually, I heard about it from Mr. Faraday. Just before he dragged Mr. Rail off, he told me. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. He also told me about the key turning into a knife at that time.
Oh, yeah, sure he did. The big secret key? He just told you straight up. Oh, yeah, this is a knife, by the way. Don't tell anybody. This is a secret. I don't know why I'm showing it to you.
He didn't tell me about how the key actually transforms. What you're saying is simply not possible. Oh, and why not? Because Mr. Faraday himself didn't know about the hidden knife within the key. For within these pages, he mentions nothing about a knife. I'm not sure he would have written everything in his organizer, you know. Wouldn't something of this importance be better left through oral communication? Unfortunately, that is also impossible, because Detective Bad didn't know about the knife aspect either. What would have been highly classified information even within the police force, and is something that even the lead detective on the case didn't know. Why would Mr. Faraday have felt the need to share such information with the opposition? Yeah, I guess he wouldn't have much of a reason to. Looks like I gave a pretty lame excuse, huh? How can you laugh at a time like this?
She probably just realized the flaw in her logic, and is actually in panic over it. But that's not something we need to concern ourselves with.
Suppose you're right. Miss Yu, I'd like to state that I also know how you knew the nature of this knife. I would also like... hold on. I'd like to state that I also know how you know the real nature of this knife.
Do you now? Well, why don't you put your money where your mouth is, big boy?
Oh, I will. And I am a big boy. I haven't used a potty in so long. I'll wipe that smile off your face by the time we're through. This is it, the moment of truth. The secret behind the Yatagarasu's key. Only one person would have had the knowledge of it from the get-go. He would know from the start that the Yatagarasu's key would have changed. Well... Are you trying to tell us that you is the Yatagarasu? I'm guessing he wants me to say Yatagarasu.
Take that!
There's only one person who would have known about the dual nature of this key. And that is... It's the person who sent the Yatagarasu's key to the police. That is to say, the Yatagarasu herself.
Are you saying this lawyer is the great thief Yatagarasu?
Monsieur, you used Mr. Rail to lure Mr. Faraday into a trap, didn't you? You who profess to bear a grudge against criminals, why? Why do something like this?
Who would have thought that you, stupid rookie prosecutor, would see through me? You're sending the biggest chill down my spine right now, Edgeworth. This feeling of thrill is even greater than when I snuck into someplace.
You. So it's not Mr. Faraday? So that means Kay's living a lie? Unless she's Kay's mother? Which I don't want to get into that theory. Alright. Still like her? I think she's an attractive design, okay? personality was never a part of it. Okay, at first it was kind of funny how she laughed at everything. It was a cute characteristic, but now, you know, now that she's evil, can't good. She killed 2 people. I'd never date somebody who did that. You killed Faraday. Why? Answer me, Callisto, you. That's my problem? Shut up. They're not even real.
In real life, I do. In real life, if you don't got the right personality, you're going to the curb. That's true, though.
Gives her the title of Yatagarasu? I don't know why she would. She had, like, no sympathy towards her at all. Callisto Yuha? That's not my real name. Because my real identity is, yes, the Great Thief Yatagarasu. Let me tell you something, Edgeworth. Mr. Faraday was one difficult man to deal with. For you see, he discovered my true identity, which is why I had to erase him from the world of law. I made Rel an offer, an acquittal for a little favor in return. All he had to do was accuse Mr. Faraday of being the Yatagarasu in court. But once we entered the recess, Rel was dragged off by Mr. Faraday, which threw my plan into a complete mess. Chased after them and eavesdropped on them through a crack in the door. That Rel caves to only 2 things, money and authority, just as all thugs do. Feared my plan was going to be ruined if Mr. Faraday held on to Rel any longer. Plus, if I had let them continue on the way they were, I would have been found out. That's why I had no choice. I had to kill them both. Didn't you say that you despised criminals? But do I really? You. Have you forgotten about the KG-8 incident too? Maybe. What sort of woman would... So then it was your plan to kill Mr. Faraday? With the very evidence that you sent? Well, I had a good idea of what Mr. Faraday was going to do. I anticipated that Mr. Faraday was going to prove that Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu by using this Yatagarasu's key as evidence, and that would bring it, and that he would bring it with him. Which is why I thought to use the knife portion. Which, with a weapon as well disguised as this, no one would be the wiser. Because who in their right mind would think something like this could be a weapon? I casually entered lobby number 2 on the pretext that I had to talk with Mr. Faraday. And in order to get in with him, I pretended to be worried about something. He then let me hold the Yatagarasu's key just like that. Never noticed that I had changed the key into a knife inside that plastic bag. And he didn't have a chance to take the... to take note of the knife that took his knife. Sorry. But how could you kill him? I knew him for a long time, you know. At the very least, I thought I could give him a quick and painless death. If you killed Mr. Faraday first, then there was no need for you to kill Mr. Rel as well. I believe I mentioned why when we were placing Detective Gumshoe under arrest. Something about having accidentally created an eyewitness. How that led the killer to think about setting them up as though they killed each other. Only trick with the surveillance tape. Yeah, I hadn't actually planned to use a gun. The risk was too high that I'd be caught. However, that's when I remembered the existence of the surveillance tape. Which is why I had Rel set up the crime scene. And after all was said and done, I rewarded him for all his hard work with a bullet. You're a defense attorney, aren't you? How could you? How could you betray a client? Client? If you want to talk about who was a client of whose first, it was me. I was the client of the murder of the Cadopian embassy staff member, Dyed Man. You ordered a hit job? You still haven't figured it out. I had Dyed Man killed. I can't get over that name.
Because he was about to give away info about the smuggling ring. Now, who exactly do you think would benefit from such an assassination?
It can't be. You're.
That's right. I'm a member of the smuggling ring.
How could this... You don't mean... You're working with Manny Cochin, too.
Maybe, maybe not. Guess you'll never know. Yatagarasu claims to be noble, yet you're just another cold-blooded murderer. That's right, little girl. The Yatagarasu is just another killer.
Be quiet, you. Be quiet, you. Yatagarasu, you can run from the law, but you'll never escape it. So just humbly accept the judgment of this court.
Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know the Yatagarasu has 3 legs? Do you know why that is? No? Well, let me tell you. It means that the Yatagarasu has more than one razor-sharp way to do her work.
I would like to remind everyone in the courtroom that a child is present.
You really are too naive, Edgeworth. You even handed the Yatagarasu's key right to me without a second thought. It may not have gone according to plan, but I'll still gladly take it.
I mean, the key was your real target?
Even after I gave you such great advice, I may tell you to always keep a good eye on a criminal. Or you may regret what comes from your negligence.
You two, get down!
Ah!
My body, I can't move.
Hey, mister, to your right!
Great, now there's 2 children in the vicinity of a gun. You! Are you alright, Francesca?
Perfectly fine, Miles.
Her voice is shaking, but it looks like she's unharmed. Where did Kay go? That's a gunshot! Uh-oh. The child didn't get shot, did she?
Oh, wait. The child didn't get shot? Kay didn't get shot, did she?
Sorry, but it looks like she got away. I called the precinct. They should have a perimeter set up soon. Detective Bat, are you alright? I heard a gunshot. I'm okay. Just got another hole in my jacket. Oh, okay. You may say he's fine, but he looks quite shaken. But more importantly, boy... I mean Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Von Carver. Are you two hurt?
I'm absolutely fine. Fine.
I'm also alright, thanks to Kay. Speaking of Kay, where is she? I don't know. She sort of disappeared. I'll go look for her. Oh, and hey, Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sure, Detective Bat, sure. I'm sorry I doubted you. Don't worry, sure, it's not your fault. Well, I lied to you guys too, after all. I heard about what happened from Kay. Lying while giving testimony is still unforgivable. But in this case, you were protecting Kay and her feelings. Looks like you just might have what it takes to be a real detective. Now, don't you ever lose that detective spirit, okay? You got it! I didn't say Pops, I thought it was weird. You got it, Pops!
Pops, watched one too many detective dramas recently, have we?
You just single-handedly destroyed the cheery atmosphere with one snarky comment. I should get back to the investigation. I swear I'll catch you for this last thing I do. You don't have to catch me, Mr. Bad. I'm right here. I will cut your throat if you do that again. Be careful, Detective Bad. Take care. Thanks. Well, I'm off. Maybe we'll run into each other again someday. Perhaps in the next case? Oh, I like that he saluted him. That's cute. Thanks a bunch, pal.
I'm indebted to you for life now, and now you're gonna have a bad detective as your partner. Ah, the things we'll do, Edgeworth. Me and you, buddy. Partners in crime. Just a couple. A couple of dudes. Yep, just a couple of dudes. Hanging out, seeing the world, taking the world by storm. You're the best. You really did find out the truth behind everything.
Well, I'm glad we solved everything before you were taken to prison.
I can't believe how much trouble I caused you with my testimony, Detective Gumshoe.
Yeah, it was no problem, really. I mean, I lied too, so I didn't help anything. It was not really your fault, Your Honor. Well, even if we didn't have his honest testimony, I think that lawyer would have found another way to get you convicted on her behalf.
Yeah, I can't believe I was about to get fired during my first week as a detective.
Yeah, it happens on like your 332nd week. Well, as long as you're not fired, you should work hard. Give all that you have and perform your duties well. Oh, and one more thing. Kay left a present for you with me.
She did? Oh, what is it?
What was it Kay left for me? Proof of their friendship?
It was this, right? I don't want to get this wrong. It was the Swiss roll. Right. It was, I think.
Yeah, he has a lot of faith in Edgeworth. 100%.
Big boss, are you here? Okay, I'm gonna do the Swiss roll because Laser told me to.
Take that!
It's a courthouse special Swiss roll. I mean, I knew it, but I just wanted confirmation.
Can I really have it?
Yes, it's a present meant for you, after all.
Oh, thank you, bud. You have no idea how happy this makes me, pal. I'm gonna eat this right now.
Sure, go ahead. Swiss rolls Detective Gumshoe and Kay bought together. While the one Kay never reached her father, saved never reached for her father, it would appear that her sentiments have touched the heart of this detective. He's so happy, it's as though he's having a welcome back celebration of his own. Well, I was asked by Kay to give it to him.
Woohoo! That was so good, pal. I can't believe I got to eat 2 of those delicious things in one day. Oh, it's like I'm in Swiss roll paradise or something. I gotta thank Kay myself. Hey, wait, where is she?
We noticed just now. Was his mind not present when we discussed this earlier? Detective Bad left to go search for her earlier. Maybe you should go join him.
Yeah, you betcha, pal. I'm gonna go help him. Oh, but first.
You know what, pal?
Actually, yeah, I guess I shouldn't be so rude to you anymore, huh? I'm gonna stick right by your side from now on, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Aww.
He's so cute.
Edgeworth is like, ah, fuck. Damn it. Damn it. No. It can't be.
Also, is that his green jacket underneath his, like the new detective's jacket he bought that he doesn't wear anymore? Does that make sense? Why does he have 2 jackets on?
Objection. Why are you wearing 2 jackets? It's not even winter. It's in the middle of summer. What's the meaning of this?
I've got a medical disease? Okay, well, that can't be helped, I suppose.
Hey, which one? Cold gumshoeitis. Comes with brittle bones.
Are they suspenders?
No, they're not, boss man. Look at his sleeve. I don't think a suspender goes all the way up your arm, does it? And they go past his pants, too. It's over top his shirt, coming out of the sleeve. Interesting. nothing but a most troublesome relationship that will from that ominous statement.
We should go home 2 miles. We have to hurry and report what has happened to Papa.
Also, I know Edgeworth was... Maybe she's just saying her home. Edgeworth doesn't live with them, does he? I know he got taken under his wing and everything. Who's his actual dad? Actually, I don't know. Maybe he does. Agreed. Well, I'm afraid we must be going now, Detective. Roger, sure. Don't you worry. I'll investigate the next case we're on real well. I'll, be counting on you. The scent of trouble is definitely in the air. That's like a bad dream. My first outing at court came to a disturbing end. In the anime, he actually gets adopted? Did they ever mention his mother in the anime? Because they never mentioned his mother in the games. Like, she does... Is it like a kind of a goofy situation? Where the mother, they just don't talk about the mom? And then his dad dies? Because then it would make sense. Well, not really, because the mom's still, like, mystery. But, you know. If I could accept it, if that's what it was. But I am curious. I know that. I know that Francesca's in Germany most of the time. That's like a bad dream. My first outing at court came to a disturbing end.
Was it really? I mean, your real outing in court was in the case that happened with me and my mama.
A few months later, I was finally able to properly send it. There you go. But the detective in charge of the investigation was, as I dreaded, Detective Gumshoe. After that, he became my direct subordinate. I've tried, but words fail to describe the immeasurable suffering he has caused me. But I suppose that's just how things are. Come on, you like him. Come on, that's a bit harsh. I know we have this whole, like, oh, the upbeat, goofy detective, and the, oh, downtrodden, oh, and a serious Mr. Prosecutor. You love him. Come on. Come on, you do. As for the little girl who suddenly disappeared, she's now... She's giving me my neckerchief back. I already forgot what it was called, even though he told me earlier. I already forgot again. Kavot? A kavot. Yes, the kavot, of course.
So, do you remember now?
Yes, I remember everything. It's almost as if I was blinded. My memory was held back for some reason. As if somebody hadn't unlocked it yet? But that doesn't make sense. What would that have anything to do with? It's strange. Yes, I remember everything. Okay, it's been a while. Kay! You sure grew up a lot!
Of course, but thank goodness. I thought you two had totally forgotten about me.
You know, I was really worried about you after all that. Where have you been all this time?
Heh, Gummy, I didn't know you cared. After my father died, I went to go live with my mother's relatives.
Do you need food? Do you need, like, water? Do you need to sleep? And if we're going by, like, full on however long it took us to finish this trial, it's been like 3 weeks.
My father died. I went to go live with my mother's relatives. They live really far away, so I wasn't able to really come back here all that much.
Oh, so that's what happened. Well, I'm just glad that you're alright.
Heh. So, does it all make sense now?
You betcha it does.
Oh, you know what? I was going through my father's bookshelves recently and...
Actually, there's still a number of things that don't quite make sense, Kay. Huh? First of all, why'd you come all this way to see me? And second, why are you calling yourself the YATAGARASU? The YATAGARASU is Callisto Yu, the woman who killed your father.
No, you're wrong. The real YATAGARASU was my father.
See, that's what I thought! But then that happened! So who's the damn YATAGARASU? You're YATAGARASU, I'm YATAGARASU, he's YATAGARASU! Is there any more YATAGARASUs I should know about? I'm the YATAGARASU, I think. I stole a candy bar once. Alright, that's it. I'm out of here. Mr. Faraday was the Yatagarasu?
Like I said, I was going through my father's bookshelf recently, and I found a secret diary hidden among his books. I have no regrets in choosing to walk the path of the Yatagarasu. That was written in his diary, and that's how I know for sure.
But that's impossible.
What's with that look? You don't believe me?
It wasn't just the expression on my face. I clearly said it was impossible just now.
Alright then, how do you explain this?
It's a way of disarming any security system of the user's choosing.
Yep, that's Little Thief. Truth be told, this is the Yatagarasu's greatest secret. And this little gizmo was used by my father.
Wow! Mr. Faraday wasn't just a great prosecutor, he really was a great thief, huh?
Yep, my father worked really hard to steal the truth. But then, he was killed, and the Yatagarasu was no more. But despite that, the Yatagarasu has been spotted again recently.
Someone other than you?
Here, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a look at this article.
It's a card to the embassy. So sent the embassy a calling card?
Yeah, meaning this person's a fake, I'm almost certain. That Callisto U lady's behind this. Because the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a gaudy card out.
The Yatagarasu did send a white card along with anything to be publicized. That's what Detective Bad told me 7 years ago, if memory serves.
Well, as soon as I heard the news, I got all wound up. And I knew I couldn't just let it go. So I searched you out, so I could obtain the truth behind the Yatagarasu. Because if anyone could help me find it, I figured it was you, Mr. Edgeworth.
So you're saying that I have your father's and misuse identities backwards?
Yep, because the real Yatagarasu is noble to the end. And I want to revive the real, noble Yatagarasu. If I don't, my father will never be able to rest in peace.
Okay, you're sure honorable. Yeah, I don't care what anyone else thinks. I'll always be here to cheer you on, pal. Even if you are honorable, a thief is a thief. And if you are plotting to commit a crime, then I'm afraid I cannot be complicit. Mr. Edgeworth, you guys are not making it easy for me. Who am I supposed to support now?
Mr. Edgeworth, it's not easy being green. What I want from you is not to steal something. What I want is the arrest of that evil woman.
That evil woman? Also, is that just because I said Kermit?
You betcha.
I mean Callisto you.
I think it's hard for me to catch her all by myself. But I thought that since you were able to expose her for who she really is, then maybe... Please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you help me?
Fine. Come to think of it, I do believe I owe you.
Huh? I mean, for what?
When Miss Yu made her escape, it was you who saved my life. Furthermore, you helped me with the investigation today. I'm not so rude as to leave favors unrepaid.
Then you mean...
Yes. That case has been weighing down on my soul ever since that fateful day. Perhaps the time has come to settle things once and for all. You know, just conveniently, I never mentioned it to any important characters in the story. Just, you know, because, well, why would I say that to anyone? And if you don't intend to sell your hands in a crime, then I believe I can help you.
Sir Edgeworth, thank you!
Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth, sure. Isn't that great, Kay?
Yeah, it sure is, Gummy.
Even though I'd completely forgotten about her until just now. Ugh, just with their chummy relationship. Jealous. You never liked that with me. Great thief Yatagarasu. After all that time, the true identity of the thief sank back into the darkness. Burn Faraday, Callisto U, and Kay Faraday. The phantasmagorically changing identity of the great thief Yatagarasu, and the Yatagarasu's real goal. It would all come to light the day after I made that promise to Kay. Oh, the end. Oh boy. We got a mystery on our hands. Well, there you go, ladies and gents. The final episode. Turnabout ablaze. Are you ready? For next time on Ace Attorney. We will tackle this last episode, and then we can move on to the second game. Yes, yes, yes. And after that, we're probably going to take a break from Ace Attorney after the second game. And then when we're ready, we're going to do Apollo. And then after Apollo, we're going to do Great Ace Attorney. And then that's it. Finish it tonight. You know, I wouldn't even mind doing that, but the thing is, the later it gets, the worse time it is for you guys. And I know how much Laser loves Ace Attorney and everything, and I don't want to take that away or force anybody here live to watch the VOD, you know. And I gotta sleep and eat and you know, enjoy myself and not die. So we're gonna leave it till next time. So tomorrow we're gonna have to do. I think we're gonna leave Into the Pit for tomorrow, and we're gonna do Zelda and what should we? I definitely want to do Zelda tomorrow. I guess I'll decide tomorrow. This case is almost as long as 1-5. Oh boy, that's gonna be a long one. Whew. Okay. Anyway, tomorrow we're gonna do Zelda and something else. That's all I can tell you. I don't know what it is. I'm not there, but we'll see. So it'll definitely be Zelda and either Ace Attorney, Into the Pit, Plucky Squire. Probably not Pizza Tower. I'm gonna leave Pizza Tower for a while and come back to that when we have nothing else to stream. I'm gonna use that as my backup game, or when I don't want to stream something else. You know, I think that's a good idea. Okay, everybody. Sorry, I'll stop blabbing now. I'll see you all later. Thanks for joining, Laser, Big Boss, Protein, everyone who came in. I'll see you all tomorrow. Goodbye. Have a lovely night.